Yo, Crimson, what's up? Let's go tier list, baby. Great set. So much nostalgia. Oh, absolutely. Very excited for this whole thing. Hope your evening is going swell and empowered. Oh, I should change the art. Another thing I should change. Got that last stream too. Do. There we go. Andrew V, what is up? Takes me back to my childhood. Oh yeah, this is classic 2003 Yu-Gi-Oh, baby. If anyone's noticed, I actually have a little bit of a new setup here. Same room, but different placement of my desk, so it might look a little different. And thus my monitor situation is a little bit different. So I feel like I'm looking like way over this way. Wish I could like swap Streamlabs or like put the chat more closer to the left side, but I think I will make do with that. Let's see if there is a way. Can I pop out the chat? I can. At least on YouTube I can. I don't think I can do that on Streamlabs, so that's fine. I mainly just want to do it on the YouTube side so I can read everyone's comments easier. Because that'll be fun. As long as it doesn't block me from looking at OBS so I can see everything as live as I possibly can. I've also finally updated the verbiage above me, so it says Janjo Live now, which makes it a little more thematic, I guess, with the channel and all that jazz. I've also considered putting like a donation goal thing, but I wouldn't know what like people would want per se. You know, if it's like OCG Series 3 or maybe like an extra video or something. I do have an idea for a exclusive Patreon video. It'll be something like non Yu-Gi-Oh related. I think for the Patreon stuff, because I feel kind of bad for not making content for that like that often. Because the Patreon is more like a tip jar than anything, I think. Plus, I mean, early bird access. But you know, I would like to have stuff once in a while, and I think it'd be kind of fun just to have like discussion stuff of just kind of whatever, things that don't fit in my on my YouTube page per se. And I don't want to start like a whole other channel. I've contemplated it, a channel aside from like my one I have my Patreon stuff on, like the unlisted stuff. But maybe one day I wouldn't rule out having another channel if I have enough like ideas and time, but I currently do not have all that. It's one thing at a time, really. And for those interested, by the way, current progress on the next Yu-Gi-Oh history, I have recorded the audio for it. So now I just need to edit it. And it's going to be kind of a long, I mean, not like a terribly long video, but it's going to be around 16 minutes. And that's going to be the history video for April. So I usually try and have these like a month in advance, so I'm not having to rush through them. So I have enough like breathing room between like edits. Although I will say I think the content for May might be a little challenging because like the first half of the month, or yeah, like I'd say like first half, I'm just like I'm gonna be gone for work trip. So I kind of have to like push out a little more backlog stuff, which hopefully doesn't affect anything in the long run. Cross fingers for that. So we'll see. I'll definitely try because I feel like at least with Yu-Gi-Oh history, I'm pretty consistent. I think last year I may have missed like a month, but that was also because like I was in the process of moving at the time, and it might have been in one other month, maybe. I think that might have been when I was working on OCG Series 3. Not entirely sure on that. Maybe. But pretty consistently, otherwise, I would say. Surprisingly. Surprised myself, honestly. It was kind of crazy, though. Just going down through, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! History, just how kind of, almost, I don't want to say fast, but, like, man, we're already in, I'm in the Shockwave format video. And then Dino Rabbit, which, will be uploaded in just a couple weeks. 3 weeks, I think. That's 2012 Yu-Gi-Oh. So, I mean, currently everyone who can watch history videos currently in 2011, but like it's still, I feel like we're gonna make our way up there before you know it. Yo, Mus, what's up? Bounty Hunter Janjo Fett. I am a bounty hunter. Dig those bounties. Love those Mandalorians. Django, Boba, Janjo Fett. Maybe I should be Janjo Fett for this year's Halloween. I do enjoy the Star Wars, at least like the classic stuff. I grew up on those like VHSs, like the Fox VHS tapes of the 4, 5, and 6. Love those things. Came like in a box, like a box set. Love that. Watch those religiously. Big fan. Even the class, even like the like 1, 2, and 3, I think are pretty fun. Just in the sense of like George Lucas. It was a guy who had like his own vision, and they just let him go wild with it. And I, as a creative, I absolutely appreciate that. Like we never really get that nowadays. 3 movies with in a big franchise of just letting one dude just go ham. I mean, I would love to do that. In fact, I still have, well, not they're not the same, but I have the 4, 5, and 6 VHS tapes over on the other side of my room. It's like you gotta have those. Like I'm still shocked that Disney has yet to re-release the uncut versions, the original edits. Because I know George Lucas didn't want to, which I get it. I suppose he wants to push like his what he deems his final version, but like give us like a Blade Runner set, where they have like all the different versions, all 3 or 4 or 5 versions in it, whatever it is. Like I know there's those what are those like special ones? The despecialized editions that like the fans made, but like Disney is just sitting on a bunch of money for people to just spend it on that. Because you have any big Star Wars set, people are gonna buy it, right? Star Wars is just like that big of a thing. So I mean, you might as well release them because everyone's been asking for them forever, and people are like working on them like themselves, trying to make like the most accurate versions. Because it's not just because I think a lot of people just think like, oh, it's just because they added a couple scenes, right? Like add a couple CGI to it or change the credits music. Like no, like it goes like way deeper than that. I think the big one would be the color. If you look at the color of like the original and then the special editions, like both special editions, and even like future re-releases too beyond that. Like the color is all sorts of janked up and saturated and a lot more colorized, I suppose is might be a word for it. A lot more rose tinted, a lot more like warm. Like it doesn't look the same as the original ones. And I think that's all people want. Like they just have a nice version of them. just available. And like that's kind of another whole thing of the entire physical media thing. The worst change is Hayden Christensen as a ghost. Yeah, it's dumb because it's Anakin wasn't that old, right? Like some of the changes I get, and some of them I'm fine with. Like there's a couple added stuff like I think is fine. I do think sometimes like CGI really takes you out of it, depending on the scene. I do think like the credits music, I think it fits better in the specialized versions as like a big climactic battle, and other things like changing the Emperor to what's his face, like the actor in part 5, in episode 5. Like that stuff I get. I'm fine with it. And hell, I'm even fine with the Sarlacc pit having like a beak and stuff. Like it makes sense than just a hole in the ground. But generally, at least give us the option if you want to watch the original versions or not. Shadow of the Moon, what's up? I know I popped out my chat over here, but I'm still looking down here. Yo, Janjo, are you going to do all this that's up to the Lost Millennium? The plan is to go to Flaming Eternity because those are the uh Dual Monsters era sets. If I did Lost Millennium, which I know it's in GOAT format, but that is technically the start of GX, I would probably say that for like if I do GX. I'm not entirely sure if I will do GX or not, just because I'm not super familiar with like the bulk of the card pool, right? And also just for variety's sake. I feel like by the time I get to Flaming Eternity, I mean that'll be what, like 10 sets or 12 sets, however much it is. Yo, history, YGO. Present. Can I open the present? Darn. No. I wish that was a thing. I wish I could just like click on a thing and it's like, yo, Grey Tide, what's up? What is going on? Hand. Hand. My webcam is like all the way over here because it's the only place that's like not in front of my monitors. Though my light is in front of my monitors. He rescinded the wave. Oh no. I even got my book this time, so I can quickly reference cards. This first page got Yada, Dark Ruler, Dark Balter, and Lesser Fiend. Yo, Lee, what's up? I love Legacy of Darkness, Janjo. Yeah, it's a cool set. It's very distinct. I mean, look at all this big block of cards right here. So for this list, I am continuing the F tier from last stream. Last stream, for those. Ooh, I see the wave again. Thank you. Last year, not last year, last week. What year is this? I'm a time traveler. We only went up to D, but I felt like we really needed an F tier. So I created an F tier. And we'll see if we need it. If we don't need it, I'll take it away. But I'm just, for the sake of this, I feel like at this point, we're really starting to see more of a divide between cards. So we'll just have to like see on that. I remember this set the most because I went over to my friend's house for the first time and we're watching season 3, went to a tournament and I was blown away by it. I mean, like this set definitely adds a lot to the game. You got like the spirit monsters, you got a lot of demons and dragons and warriors. Oh my. It's pretty cool. All the newer cards like Dark Ruler, Hades, and Injection Fairy Lily. Yeah, like I was saying, like there's a lot of like really cool cards from this. I mean, Asura Priest, Fiber Jar, a lot of cool stuff. High underrated, still love my boy Warrior Digreffer. Yeah, and clearly Konami thinks so too because they put this card in a lot of things, a lot of art, a lot of retrains. It's one of my favorite sets easily. I don't know if I put it in my I know I've done a top 5 favorite sets video. I I don't know if it'd be my top 10. I don't think it'd be my top 10, but I don't dislike the set. We'll need the F tier at some point. Time to immediately throw up the obvious 5 S cards. Yeah, yeah. I feel like the S tier is like gonna kind of immediately like shoot up. Like, I mean, Fiber Jar, Yada. Is that it? Oh, where is it? Rhoda. Rhoda's S tier. Birth of Rhoda. Absolutely. Last turn. Yeah, that's a picture right there, right beneath me, looking down at you. Last turn. One of my friends used to troll and use Heart of Clear Water with Dream and Crass Clown, and I used to get pissed because I had next to no backward destruction, so no way to win. Oh, I feel that. In my Metal Raiders and Pharaoh Servant sealed thing my friend and I play, it's kind of like a similar thing where it's I like one. I think he has Heavy Storm, but like that's it. I feel like in like sealed formats like that, you kind of need to throw in Magic Ruler just to have the more potential for like MST or Giant Trinade or something. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of like really cool cards here for sure. Marauding Captain. Marauding Captain's good. Like, there's a lot of good cards in here. There's also a lot of cards that are definitely like really fascinating. I feel. Love my gal Command. Is Command Knight a girl? I never noticed. Command Knight's really cool. Command Knight's not in this set, unfortunately. That would be the 2004 tin. But Command Knight's really cool. The first time I saw the card, I actually had an OCG copy of it. In might have been 2002 actually. So I got it as like a Hanukkah gift, or like the Joey like OCG structure deck. And so I didn't know what the card did, but it definitely looked cool. Like very like red armor and stuff, like a lot of warm tones. I dig it. Was the OCG. Cap is definitely B or A. Yeah, Marauding Captain is one of those cards that on paper it looks really good, but I feel like in practice it just doesn't inherently do enough. Like you can get stuff out, but that's assuming like you have stuff to get out with. You know what I mean? As opposed to like Exile Force, which just deals with things. Yeah, I'm feeling for Moronic Captain. I think he's a B tier. I definitely agree with that. He just seems like the kind of card that like he's good, but he's not great. He's B good. He's Michael B. Good. That's his name, right? Michael B. Good. We need more fun dueling. I mean, you could duel whatever you want, have fun. Get some friends and stuff, or play like low tier, like low ladder stuff on Dueling Book. I wish I had dueled more often. It's hard to get my friends together to duel. I think it'd be really fun to like record duels and stuff, but I don't have like the setup for it, and I don't have like the giant card pool for it. I think that'd be really cool. Have like a big setup with a rig to put like a camera above, like overhead. Like I wish I had enough money where I had like my own like an extra room just for like YouTube content, like work related things, like for my work and for YouTube because it goes back and forth, professional editor and whatnot. Although I keep looking down here, the chat's right up here. I need to be better with this. Creature swap your floater. Oh, creature swap. Yeah, creature swap's really nasty. That's a nasty card. Someone always activates it like when you don't want it to. I tested out the 2-player starter deck with my friend. It was all right. Go Zeus for the win. Yeah, I think that's what a lot of people are kind of feeling like. It was like whatever at best, which is kind of sad. But Zeus, solid. Try making your own Yu-Gi-Oh draft cube. I really should. I have actually thought about that kind of recently, just doing a cube, but I don't have enough, I guess, knowledge base with like making a cube. So that would take a little more research on my end. But that could be fun though. Do like a goat cube or something like that. Starfrost is quite fun as well. Is Starfrost in that set? Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't get those Asian English Blue Eyes and Dark Magician decks. Like, it's such a crime we didn't really, because for whatever reason, they don't want to give us good reprints. It was already a struggle to make the structure decks not swap out, like, all the good cards. I mean, now we're getting stuff like, Extravagance and Desires and Droll and Lockbird, which is great, but feel like they could put a little more effort for, like, the structure decks. Yeah, creature swap, I'd say, is B tier 2. It's kind of similar to Marauding Captain. Like, it's really good, but it requires some specific setup for it. Like, you're not going to use it in every deck, but decks that do run it really well. Like, I really want Magician Souls reprint. I really want Bingo Machine Go reprint. And because it's Asian English, they have the OCG art too, which is really cool. Unfortunately, it's also like if you want to buy it online, it's really hard to find like singles, and like the couple places I found, like they're all sold out and they don't restock. So it's like, I'd have to go to Japan or something, which isn't happening anytime soon. Got some new cards for my friend today. What new cards did you pick up? Went to the local and people were using the whole last turn with Jowgen. I used to get so mad. Recently or back then? Back then? Yeah, I can understand. I mean, last turn, like you read the card and it's like really confusing, but then I think once you understand, it's like, wait, you can win the duel with this one card? That seems kind of nutty. That seems a little busted. So, fun fact, the which one was this called? It's not Bark of the Dark Ruler, but this one technically is like unedited because he has like you can see his horns on the sides. But I guess because you don't see the point, they don't. Konami didn't feel like editing it out for the TCG. Puppet magic of Dark Ruler. That's right. Mostly new cards as well. Got the Flare the Synchro Monster. Yeah, I that 25th anniversary, like the rarity collection we got, so good. That's how I got my copy of Baron de Fleur for all the decks I don't play, or rather like modern. I like modern. I just haven't played like even like casually modern in a while, which is sucks. I really should. Speaking of Dark Ruler, where were we feeling for Hades here? A copy of my boy Hyper Librarian. I don't know if I have a copy of Librarian. I might have a copy. I don't know. I don't know for sure. B tier. B. I've seen some B tiers. I could see B tier. It's a much stronger set. Yeah, I definitely see that. Though now I'm wondering like what are going to be like the A tier cards? Well, I can think of one. Where are you? Oh wait, I'm thinking of a different set. Never mind. Ha 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 ha. Oh yeah, Lily. Exile Force? Yeah, yeah. Super Soul cards. Legendary Ocean's also A tier. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say that right now. Tribe Brigades are an interesting deck. Yeah, I heard that's one of the like better budget decks, I believe. Make sure you put Dragon's Gunfire in A tier. I don't know about that one, Chief. I think Legendary Ocean is also like really wacky. Just as a field spell card, doing something like that, reducing a level like that's pretty wild. Don't normally see stuff like that. Albaz decks, not bad. Yeah, it is. I think that's another of like the more budget friendly decks. I think there's like a ones list I definitely like recall being more budget friendly than others. Bottomless. Bottomless might be an A tier, honestly. Oh, wait. Ew. Don't forget about you, little buddy, Royal Oppression. I didn't forget about you, you bastard. Chaos Exodia. Sounds kind of fun. I know there was that Exodia deck at that YCS last year that threw everyone a loop. But Exodia also kind of winds up at events randomly and always surprise people. That's the fun of Exodia decks, though. That can just come out of nowhere, especially at like World Championships, where people are like, "Well, we're just gonna run just whatever I feel like because it's the World Championships at this point." Exodia burn. I like to do a history of Exodia decks if I ever get to it. Maybe that can be like a donation goal thing to do like side history. Yeah, probably by a super chill old man. It was so cool because even the opponent couldn't be mad at Jeff. He was a nice guy IRL. He's the only person that can use Mystic Mining Exodia and can't be mad. Yes, sometimes the players like they make the decks. Mystic Potato. I think that card's still in the OCG. Mystic Potato, right? At least it was like announced. Yeah, actually, I briefly touch upon this in the Maze video, but there's also a surprise Exodia deck at the 2012 World Championships, which it's another like what? That was like the Hope for Escape variant. Yeah, I can definitely see the B tier being pretty large. And we're definitely going to see like a good dispersion and good like general levels, I would say. S is going to be sizable to a bit. Super Rejuve. Was Super Rejuve banned? Or was it just limited? Drop Off is a great tech card. Drop Off isn't definitely interesting. It feels like a card that was banned because of, like Dragon Rulers. Drop Off got banned. Excuse me? Oh, hold on a sec. I'm gonna look some of this stuff up. Drop Off does not have a hyphen. That is your trivia question. Trivia. No, it wasn't banned. It was only limited in one format in April '06. Or I think if Time Seal. Time Seal was banned for a very long time, and it's currently limited. But that was last set. But maybe that's what you're thinking of. What was the other card? Super Rejuve. Super Rejuve was, yeah, it was banned for like 5 years. Well, that's enough for me to, you know, basically, if you're banned, you're up in S. That's S rank. Yeah, make sure your opponent doesn't draw cards. Yeah, that's the idea. Although it dumps to the graveyard, but it's a weird card. I'll just say that much. Right, Rhoda didn't get banned. Yeah, but Rhoda is just it's so busted. Like it searches as any low level warrior. Like that's super wild. Like it will forever be used unless there's like some hard change. Like if it's something that's like really in the game as like remained to consistently be powerful, like that's better reason than any. Did I ever do it? Did you know Yu-Gi-Oh on this set? I don't know if I got that far. I'm considering sort of bringing it back. The Did you know Yu-Gi-Oh? I like doing it, and people like the videos a lot, but it was also a lot of like mundane work in like the research for it. Um, yeah, we got Yada up here. Also, what is up, Globs? This is the current list. But yeah, I'm considering bringing back Did you know Yu-Gi-Oh as like a short series, where like once in a while I can just like post like a quick like, oh, did you know this thing? I think that could be fun. Yeah, you can any warrior deck can run Rhoda. It's at uh one or two. It bounces around a lot. I think it just depends on the meta. I think it's at two. It is currently limited. It has only been unlimited in 5 formats. It's fascinating. Yeah, it's been limited since November 2015. Oh, here's something interesting for my set. I don't think I have too many interesting like double cards in my book here, but there's definitely one if I can find it. Or actually two. This one was hard to get. Let me just say this. This one was hard to get. So this is like, or I gotta look this way. This is Luster Dragon from Legacy of Darkness, right? Like normal looking, originally it was Luster Dragon, right? This is before Luster. This is before the 1900 attacker one was Luster Dragon. However, in the in a reprint, this took me a while to find actually. In the EN version, this Luster Dragon number 2, an EN LOD. That it's surprisingly like took me a while to find, and it was also like more on the pricey side. But I was able to get both versions of Luster Dragon and Luster Dragon number 2. Two different names, two different names. Same card, same set. And then the other, going back to what I was looking for, which is another thing. Um, yeah, it's still the same card. It just got like a name change. It's like Red Eyes Black, or it's like Black Skull Dragon and B Skull Dragon, right? It's the same card. So here is the LOD after Genocide. Which, fun fact, also this art is from one of the video games. I think Duelist of the Roses. However, in the EN version of LOD, it got reprinted as After the Struggle. This one also was kind of hard for me to find, and like the, not. This was before the 25th anniversary edition, so these are like OG versions, basically. So After Genocide and After the Struggle. I just think that's neat. That I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, I just want to show it off anyway, just because I think card's absolutely beautiful. Secret Rare Injection Fairy Lily. Now that's a pretty card. As a secret rare. Secret rares are so nice. Gotta say. Let's not close the book down. Yeah, well, I think originally what was like I think it like one of them had like a different name originally, right? It wasn't like Luster Dragon number 2, like Emerald Dragon or something like that in its TCG or it's like OCG name. Yeah, let's see. The 1900 attack one. Okay, so the 1900 attack one translates to Sapphire Dragon. Whereas Luster Dragon number 2 translates to Emerald Dragon. So it's so both Luster Dragons in the OCG is Sapphire and Emerald Dragon. So yeah. They could have just changed, like kept the tribute one as Luster Dragon and changed the weaker version as Sapphire Dragon. I don't know why they decided to name them the exact same thing. It's a little silly. Like doesn't make any sense, but I mean I guess they are both Luster Dragons, I suppose. I mean, if you tell me Luster Drag or like if you say like, hey, Luster Dragon, like okay, Luster Dragon, but if you say like Sapphire Dragon, I'm like, oh, that's a blue dragon, or Emerald Dragon, that's a shiny green dragon. I feel like they really emphasize what they are more than Luster Dragon, which sounds more of like a catch-all term of like, oh, they have a luster. When's Black Luster Dragon? Shiny shiny G Dragon. Yo, what's up? Leduver? Leduver? Probably pronouncing that wrong. Luster Dragon sounds like a retrained archetype. I could see them doing like a whole archetype of like Gem Knights, but dragons. I mean, why not? I suppose. What's the harm in that? I mean, any more like cool retro stuff, I'm totally down for. Emergency provisions? Yeah, we talk about eProv. eProv is pretty good. Gives you like a ton of life points. You can chain it to like destruction. I mean, especially during like chaos format, right? With like CED, chain it. Cars are going boom anyway. Might as well gain all that life points. Yeah, use with Mirage and Nightmare. Yeah, I can see a B. It has its uses. Good in time. And for anyone who's curious, by the way, which I feel like I have to say this each stream, the so this is like in regards to the TCG, not speed duels or the OCG or anything else, just TCG specifically. And it's more of like a catch-all. So it keeps like the whole card in mind throughout like the history. It's not just like was it good at one point in time and like only that, or was it is it's or not a case of like, hey, it's not good because it hasn't always been good kind of thing. Like we take a lot into consideration to try and make this like a fair and just list. There is a OCG theme too, but that wasn't fully legal. Probably for BB OCG anyway. Yeah, it's definitely a card that's like when you play, like you can definitely make it work in a deck, like in periods when it is solid. Like I think Oster Priest probably fits there too. I could see an argument for Oster Priest in A tier. My thought with Oster Priest that is definitely more of like a side deck card than anything. Like while yes, it was playing like every deck back in historical GOAT format, but that's also because it was like anti counter to GOAT control. Like otherwise, you don't really see it anymore, except for the side deck to counter that specific strategy. But it's really good otherwise, though. I mean, that Big Bang shot, you don't really see that often, at least anymore. But when Goat Scapegoat was way more popular, yeah, you saw more stuff like that naturally. I feel like that's like the peak of Oster Priest, though, is just anti Scapegoat, which why I want to put it in B tier because it is more of like it's a specifically good card. I think it'd be kind of fun for people to do more Big Bang shots, but I don't think we're gonna get like more people do like Goat Detox. A tier, he's a good light. I mean, sure, but then why don't you see people play it more comparatively to other light monsters like Zaborg and Thunder Dragon and DD Warrior Lady? Yeah, it's not a C tier. Like if I had to say like a C tier card, I would say like Possessed Dark Soul. I think is a C tier card. He's definitely a card people have like theorized with now and again, but it's never really gone anywhere. I mean, I don't at least for Ospreys, I don't mind because really when it comes to spirits, I don't mind if they have a good effect. And Osra being able to like attack everything with 1700 attack power, which can beat over a lot, is really nice. But it does suck though. Like you have to like commit to it basically. Yeah, having a light attribute. Although if you're summoning it, your opponent might want to rather protect the scapegoats or something than getting everything obliterated by Osterpiece. So they might would want to use like a Sakuretsu armor or Mirror Force against it, potentially. Yeah, and spirits, I mean it's a fair drawback, I think. Which is more than you can say with a good chunk of the spirits. This is also the OCG. I don't know why they changed the OCG art for Odahime. They could have like they did a completely different artwork for it. I would say Bottomless is A. Bottomless has like shown up plenty enough times and does enough generally to be really good. Also, check out. I keep fiddling around with this. This is Frank got me this for the holidays. It's a space pen. It's a little tiny pen. Yeah, you might have seen it from Seinfeld. Yeah, it's like, oh look, it's a space pen. You can write on the ceiling with it. It's supported by Trap Tricks. Yeah, just use the Trap Tricks card. Yeah, it's like a little tiny like pen. You can write on ceiling in space with it. I use it to mark on my calendar here. Bam. Yeah, Boblin is. I think people are slowly warming up to a little more in Go. I know it's more popular in some of the later formats, like Edison. But it's nice. It just like it can get. It was also kind of big in some of the pendulum formats, if I recall, because it could get rid of like it gets rid of all the monsters, right? It's monsters. So you pendulum summon flip bottomless, they're all banished. Oof. Like banish a monster, like that's pretty strong. And it hits a lot of targets too. I think bombs is better than injection. Okay, I will say this much. This list is not specifically like individually ranked. This is just like throwing it in the bin kind of thing. Yo, Bobby Barrel, hello, hello. Welcome to the Janjo live stream. Yeah, I feel like if I ranked every single thing like specifically, I don't know if that's possible. I mean, there's so much stuff and so many arguments for cards. You'd be there forever. And especially if I'm trying to make this like as objective as I can. That does make it like way harder. Yeah, I mean, if there's like a set that I think would be interesting enough or people would like, I wouldn't roll out doing a specific stream. Yo, Dwayne, what is going on? What's up? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, if there's like a specific set like down the line that we all feel like, hey, this would be really interesting if we did like set like card by card ranking, I'd be down for that. But we'd have to find the right set for that. Or maybe Frana Guardian, because that's one of my favorite sets, or something. Or like some other random ass set. Like, oh, wait, hear me out. Like Legendary Collection Yugi's World. Let's do like the biggest tier list and the biggest ranking ever of just a lot, mostly vanilla monsters. Yo, Cheshire, what's up? Yo, what's up? Missed last stream, but I couldn't miss this one. Try hard to make Hino Kagusuchi my boss for so long. Spirits are weird to play. Yo, what's up, Cheshire? First off, thank you for the cop car art earlier. Um, it's for like a really tiny gag in the video, but it's going to be a very solid video. Sorry for everyone to see it. You're asking. Oh, you're asking the other day when does it air? It's set to go up on the 23rd, so next Friday is the current schedule for Chronicle. Yeah, Kino Kagasuchi, you can definitely see a lot of decks try and make him work, as Yamada Dragon. In fire decks, I feel like decks that run it are usually better off, but if you can get its effect off, it's pretty good. Fire Spears also got this Firebird, whatever it's called. Yeah, because I've been starting thumb. Oh, don't worry. Everyone's like super busy. It's not on anyone's mind right now. I'm sure, at least until next week or whenever Nick I decides to ask for it. I do have. Oh, that actually might help you out. I do have like the virus icy made. If you want to use or like use that as inspiration for it, as well as Frost in his like hacker costume, you could say, his hacker attire. That might be helpful for you. I could send you those your way. They might actually be in like the shared drive if you have access to that, like the second one animation drive. Stray Lambs tribute Inokage. You can also use other cards too in like later formats, like Dandelion or I think Fires of Doomsday. Magic Reflector for Mystic Mine. Magic Reflector is another kind of interesting card. I feel like I've dueled someone in the past who had like a bad reaction to Samochi. As in they broke out. They had hives everywhere. They had a really bad reaction to this card because I covered it in poison ivy, and then I won. Ho 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 ho! Lizard Soldier. That's an F tier card. Smochi's probably B. Smochi's probably B. Heart of Clear Water is using Zek. Dude, let me check my deck lists for that. I have a bunch of Inzector deck lists. Uh, what era of Inzectors we talking about? '23. Okay, I haven't got that far in my history yet. I'm thinking like 2011 Inzectors. I'm like, were they using 2011 Inzectors? Like, I don't recall. Were they played in 2015 Inzectors? Baby Dragon, Lizard Soldier. Lizard Soldier's kind of. I dig the art. It reminds me of was it Lizard from Soul Calibur 2? Was that the name of the character? Like the Lizard Man or something? The Soul Calibur 2, that game slaps. I love that game. Like on GameCube, you can play as Link, Necrid, and Nightmare. Mitsurugi. The top to regional 20. Interesting. Well, I'll get to that eventually. There's definitely a lot of cards in here. Like I look at, I'm like, is this card good? What do we want to define as? Because we've defined C and F. What would we define as like a D tier card? Like Cave Dragon, Opticlops, Metamorphosis fusions were okay. The fusions are pretty good in this. So we got Dark Balter, Ryu Senshi, Fiend Skull, which is somewhere, right? Fiend Skull was in the set, right? I always feel like I look like an idiot when I'm looking for. To the lairs, Fiend Skull. I'm just like, where's this card at? Blind as a bat. I need glasses. Look at these Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Oh. Yeah, these cards are really good. Velma. I have dressed before where one of my friends said I looked like Shaggy. Like, there's almost nothing in the set that's truly trash. Um, I mean, I would say like, I don't know, where's that? Like the illusory gentleman or like wolf axe wielder. Like, there's really, yeah, there's not much, but there's definitely like terrible vanillas. I'm sure there's other stuff we could consider. Potentially even like the Robo-Yarus, these two. Which, oh yeah, I forgot. They also have their fusions in the set, right? Yeah, more fusions. Say almost nothing. Fair. Very fair. Yeah, where do we. Because, I mean, really, for like the super ones, their only good things is that I mean, they can tag out, which can technically come to use, and they do go under gravity bind, which is kind of nifty. Machine do? Well, they. I don't know if that would be any use though. Crazy the Robo-Yarus made it to the final battle against Zork Necrophades. Did they? Was that like an anime thing? I don't remember. Where do we? I feel like they are fine in C. I would probably put them together. I'll trust them. Okay, so I think that was an anime thing then. The last thing because I've seen the anime, but it's been a long time. The last thing I know of that was from the manga, which was the last like of the media I consumed. That was a few years ago. But the big three though, I'm tempted for A or B, honestly. Like they are really good and like very distinct with their effects, but it is kind of revolves around. They do revolve around metamorphosis, right? I mean, I guess like you do have like scientists and insta-fusion with like those fusions can only summon Fiend Skull, I think, though. I mean, they all have really cool uses. Like I know sometimes like with scientists, you'll summon like Ryusenshi to stop traps and stuff. I mean, they are like the fusions for quite a while too, in terms of having something with like a good effect. Because even like scientists, it's like the other ones you got Thousand Eyes Restrict, maybe Reaper of the Nightmare when we get to that, but even that's like you can't attack directly with it. But even goat format too. I mean, I guess you don't see them too often just because you don't see goat control too terribly often anymore. And usually when you do, it's typically in regards to summoning Thousand Eyes. Yes, essentially was the one you summon with scientists, but I mean, I think they're all really good. That's kind of the thing with them that they're all good. But are they A tier good? I'm gonna put them in B for now. I do feel like they are kind of more specific cards. Yeah, negating like Pot of Greed and Graceful Charity and Upstart Goblin, Painful Choice, all that. Delinquent Duo, Confiscation, Forceful Sentry, all these normal spells. It's strong. But it has to remain on the field, in which you can't really do it with Scientist. Unless you do like a Book of Moon and other like shenanigans. Yeah, they all have definitely like really strong uses. And they're inherently splashable just because the fusion deck you can have it, right? But they're only good in like very specific decks, though. Like where you can actually summon them out. I don't know. They're definitely interesting cards. Like I could see a world where they get bumped up here because I feel like at the very least I would want to keep them together because they do feel like a trio. Does this look better or does B tier look better? What are the people thinking? We thinking A or B on the fusions? Yeah, the fusion trinity. Bobby saying A. Anyone else want to input on this? Ah, keep fiddling. I have to fiddle with stuff. I don't know. There's no downside in main decking them back in the day. Yeah, I mean that's fair. But it's also like technically speaking, there's no upside if you're not running cards to summon them out either. I mean, they're definitely like some of like the first cards you go to when you're building a fusion deck in the DM era or any era that like Metamorphosis was legal. Meta and Scientist, but like Metamorphosis was more around than Scientist was, and Insta Fusion like pre Synchro. Yeah, I mean, but like, you can play like anything though in your side deck. Like it can be like all Metal Raiders fusions for all they know, right? Like just having them in the dice inherently mean like they're good. But if you can't get them out though, then you usually get them out for a good reason. As in, they'll usually do something in your favor if you decide to come have them come out. Nope, they all can come out. And actually, fun fact: Fiend Skull, I believe, can actually like remain on the field after Scientist gets him out, right? Because he like negates effects. Yeah, very few cards have to be like fusion summon. Like Dark Paladin and XYZ Dragon Cannon are two examples of that. And Elemental Heroes, it's not another archetype. Which, I mean, is fair. It means that if you want to play those cards, you gotta play more like spicy strategies than just putting them in a like catch-all deck, like a metamorphosis thing. OCG reasons. Oh, I got this kind of recently. Well, I can't show it off, but because it's plugged in, but it's a mug warmer. So I'm drinking coffee during work. I can keep it warm. Also, you might notice these two, which I guess you wouldn't look any. It doesn't look any. You didn't see what was there before. This is my computer used to be right here, so this is like behind the computer. But I got these yesterday and just and installed them. Drilled holes and shit. They're blackout curtains, which is very nice because otherwise I got like normal apartment curtains here. Might be a better way to look. These are definitely nice though. It just blocks out all the light if it gets like the light comes in through. Which even when the blinds are closed, light will like dart right in. So these are nice to have during work, and I feel like at night too, because it just I can keep it like nice and controlled lighting in here and be a total gremlin, a dragon dwelling in the cave, if you will. But they're nice to have, and slowly upgrade my setup. This past weekend, I got this like 3 monitor thing going on here. Now I can get warm coffee and whatnot. Always looking at different ways to improve my like desk setup. And I'm sure it can be improved even more. Maybe better like cable management, but it's fine. It's fine enough. I wish I had like a room where I could have like lights behind me. I used to have that in my old apartment. I had these like soft boxes, but they got like way too bright though, to be honest. Like you'd be sweating. Like I like this little like USB plugged in light I have over here because it's not too strong, but it works enough. Like if I had to turn this thing off, right, it's like noticeably darker. But have it on, light right in front of my face. That's great. Because like the light in my room, I barely have light in my room, right? For whatever stupid reason, my apartment does not have a light in the bedroom. It has like a thing to put it in, but you have to buy it, and they'll install it for you for free. But it's stupid. Like, what kind of place have you ever heard that doesn't have like a light in the bedroom of all things? Like I had to buy. Actually, my roommate got me that as like a moving in gift. But like I was gonna have to buy a lamp like myself. Because otherwise I have like a small like desk lamp, which I have in the living room as light because the living room does not have a light in there either. Like that's crazy. Like I feel like apartments should have at least one light per room, like default. And this isn't like a shithole place anyway, right? I mean, it's not high class living, but like it's a fairly solid place. But like I can't comprehend like at the very least, 'cause at least in like the living room, you got like all the other lights in the living area to like go towards that. Like the bedroom though, it's like well you already have the thing for it. Just buy a light and leave it there, right? Isn't that like it doesn't have a light socket? No, so it has. Especially your cell phone light. Yeah, basically. No, so that you have. So there's a plug right next to my bed, and one of the plugs connects to the light switch in my room. Right. So like that, and then there's another. There are two other lights, and I don't remember what one of them does, but the other one is supposed to go to like the one up on the ceiling. So it's already like they have it set up. They just refuse to buy their own lights for the bedrooms. And I don't want to buy one because, like, well, if I'm gonna move out, it's like I might not even need them. I take it out, so I might as well just get a lamp, which I can move around or do stuff easier with. Like, it's totally silly. So my bedroom's never like fully lit. I have like this lamp, and I have my a sunrise alarm clock where I can light it whenever I want to, which is kind of cool because when you wake up with like an alarm, it will like slowly illuminate, which is nice. Exactly what the last dude thought. Yeah. Like I get for some things like painting the walls and stuff, right? We can like pay to do that. But even like my last place had one. Also, a weird thing, my last place also had a fan in the living room. This place does not have a single fan in this whole place, which is not a deal breaker for me. I personally don't need one myself because we got a central AC, but it's just I don't know. It's always like putting this in my last part because I've only lived in two apartments. And between both of them, there's been like just really weird things about them that was like throwing me off. You know, like my last place, huge bathroom did not need to be huge for a single room apartment. Does not make any sense. And like this is the one that really gets me the most out of like anything here. Like yeah, like there should be one light in here, one light in my roommate's bedroom, and then one hooked up in the living room. Like they just need to buy a light and just keep it there. I don't know what like the whole issue is. Why like that is something that they deemed was beyond them to do. It makes fuck all sense, and I don't get it. But I will work around it. It's not a deal breaker for me. It's just stupid. Speaking of stupid, what are some stupid cards here? I think the Robo people go in F tier. Their fusions have their use, but I don't think you ever actually need to run the materials to have anything of like any use yourself. I feel like when I go on rants, I'm like really passionate about things I have to like rant against. Which really I should put all that energy into better things, but here I am. Oh, Cheshire, have you seen my signed picture of Marty I have? Let's see here. I feel yeah, yeah, Marty. I'll show you a picture on Slack real quick. I take it. It's currently on my wall, so I need to take a picture of it. I feel like this list is kind of hard. This Legacy of Darkness. Cause like there's a lot of cards that are good, and I think that's a good way to describe the set. It's good. But I was kind of pissed off like most of today because I ordered this thing on eBay and it said it arrived today, but I didn't see it anywhere. Which is really annoying. I feel like sometimes some people like some delivery drivers might say it's delivered just like me like a quota, even though it might take like another day, which I really hope is the case. Because this is like a $200 purchase I made. And I looked like 3 or 4 times like out like my mailbox and like in front of my apartment, my mailbox for like a key thing, and this other like side area for packages. Didn't see it anywhere there all day. I'm like, definitely put me in a mood today, I gotta say. And I was like, why do places gotta be like that? I wish apartments had mail slots like at the apartments, like not the complex. Like my door has a mail slot. Like I want that. I want my door to have a mail slot or like a thing you like pull open and drop things. Like I want that. Apartments should have that. I don't know why they don't. This is big brain thinking here. But it was kind of cool. I love Marty. Yeah, I found it on eBay. I randomly like Google search or eBay searched his name. I don't remember why. Like I searched him and Nick, and Marty was the only one that like had anything pop up. So I asked him about it, and he said it was at his time at IGN, and you can buy one too. Like there's a bunch of these available. But yeah, at his time at IGN, their like dumb corporate boss or whatever made everyone take pic like these like pic like these like staff headshot picture things and sign them and sell them. And so like when I got like my first paycheck, I told Marty, I'm like, I'm gonna buy one of these. And I finally got a frame last night. It's just the funniest thing. Just a signed picture of a coworker. Like he's not even like an internet celebrity or anything like that. Just I think it's like the funniest thing. I should bring it to DC when we film Adventurous Nigh, and I want to have him sign like HBD or something. Their signature on it. I don't know. Another weird thought in regards to like apartments I had? I feel like there should be, so you know how like you have condos, like apartment condos, or apartment like condos basically, right? And then I don't know what like the exact term for it is, but then you got apartments, right? So you got apartment condos and apartments. I feel like there should be like a middle ground between those two where it's a condo, you still own it and whatnot, but you still have access to like a lot of the cool stuff like like maintenance and like community stuff. That would be cool. Have like a little best of both worlds. So there's definitely some ups with apartment living, which I definitely appreciate. Like honestly, if apartments just didn't like if you just had an agreed upon rate at the start and that was it, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But it's when like your lease starts to come up to like 6 months, a year, 14 months, whatever it is, and they like jack up the price. It's like why you gotta do that? We haven't had any issues. I've been nice. I'm not an asshole. Why you gotta do this to me? It's silly. I think personally. But that's just me. 'Cause I feel like if you're gonna live in a like an apartment condo anyway, like you might as well get like more apartment perks too, because you're probably gonna pay some sort of um what's it called? The like an HOA fee or something like that, right? Because otherwise, like I don't know, go to a nice, try and get like a more of like a house. Put a little more money aside for that. But then it's like you have to deal with all of like the house stuff, right? Like way more cleaning and maintenance and all that stuff. It's like I would love to have a house, but it might be more feasible just to do more of like a condo. Not that I'm getting anything right now or anything. This is further down the line in my life when I'm ready to make that jump. So if anyone has currently missed what the list looks like as a whole, here's what we currently have. It's looking good so far. Where does Opticlops go? Opticlops seems like a weird one. Where 1800 is good, but we just got Gemini Elf. And we already have a lot of 1800s, right? Lojin, Seven Color Fish, Harpy's brother, Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer. If you want to extend that a little further beyond, Jirai Gumo, Goblin Attack Force, Dark Elf, Mechanical Chaser, Bazu the Soul Eater. Is Opticlops a C or D? C, decent sass, but crap. Yeah, he's. What's up, Yugi, King of Games? Holy crap, it's Yugi. Yeah, it's not an F. I wouldn't put it in an F. But is it too outmatched or by this point? It's a fiend, right? I guess like 1800 fiend is solid. I see two C's. It's fair. I'm still trying to figure out like what is like worth of an F tier or a D tier per se. One that's bad, but not like just horrendously bad. Probably one of the cards I can't even like think of for an effect. I'm looking at some cards. I'm like that. I feel like I don't know you, so you might just be an F tier. Like maybe one of the spirits. I think robotic knight's probably an F tier one too, right? I mean his stats could be worse. I can also see a world where robotic knight is D. Let's look at my book here. Some cards. Hmm. $10 for a Marty signed photo. You bet. Yeah, I think mine was like $5. Maybe like five something. I mean, gotta get it while it's hot. Can't miss this once in a lifetime opportunity. 19 for shipping? Goodness gracious, I don't know where. Oh, I guess because you live in Mexico, it might be. You probably just ask Marty to like if he has any, send you one or something. I don't know. He probably doesn't. Yeah, I'm leaning towards D. Like his stats are fine enough, but he's not gonna like do anything specific. I feel like Warrior Digrapher's probably in the same boat, right? I know he's like iconic because of how much stuff he's been in, but he has kind of comparable stats. Where it's like they're not bad, but it's I mean it's worse than Opticlops. Yeah, fire. I mean, fire doesn't have like too much. I mean, yeah, fire. Like you have the dark fire soldiers. from one set or two sets prior. Dragon Manipulators, he's probably there too, D tier. Battle Footballer this set? Wasn't he Dark Crisis? I wonder why they picked such a seemingly irrelevant monster to be in like 16 artworks. I don't know. Maybe they just thought someone thought he really looked cool, or maybe they had like a more of a had a pitch to him. Because like even Marauding Captain are in a lot. And Freed. I guess they just like picked from this set, honestly, and just like stuck with like, hey, these are gonna be like our stories we're working with. Yeah, there's a lot of like, interesting story. I think that'd be a fun video to make for a side deck thing. It's like kind of talking about like old storylines in Yu-Gi-Oh, or just discuss Konami's approach to keeping records of storylines. I have not played. You're talking about the. Sorry, I thought you meant like a card game called Chronicles. I just clicked. I think it's cool what Konami's doing with that. I think it's way overdue, and I kind of wish that they had, instead of doing like a bunch of them, a bunch of like really short ones, they did more of a longer one on just one of them and spent more like time on like them. Right, did like an episodic thing, like 10-minute shorts instead of like tiny little snippets. That feels. I don't want to be rude and say it's like Master Duel summonings, but you know what I mean. It's definitely like, oh, that was neat. Anyway, let's go on with the rest of my day, kind of thing. Where it doesn't really like, it looks cool, but I don't feel like it really adds anything. That's my thing. Like, I'm glad we have them, but it's not changing how I think Konami. Like my, it doesn't change how Konami clearly has, or at least should have this stuff more down in like in a lore book or something for people to access. Because I think that'd be really cool. I don't know why we haven't received anything like that aside from like, I don't, that Sky Striker manga maybe. Like, it's just up to people online to do lore videos and stuff and stitch card art together. When really Konami can just like make a book of this stuff. Like, people would buy it. Legacy Darkness had really good support for Warriors and Fiends, some of the best artwork. Yeah, it was Warriors, Fiends, and Dragons were the big ones, in addition to Spirit Monsters as a card ability. That was like their big things. I always liked how the card art invokes wait for brain to fill in the blanks. I mean, it's definitely cool. You're like, oh, I see where this goblin is going. He's rich goblin to riches to rags type of story. Becomes like the money man, understands the value of what he's doing, all that stuff. But the thing is, though, like in the last, 5 or so years, or maybe like 15 years, or however long, 5-10 years, they've been doing way more effort into these things. Like, they've been clamoring, like, hey, this is the finale of like Cleforts and like Albaz and stuff like that. But like, what does that mean, right? They don't like help explain any of it or have it as supplemental material to it. Like, wouldn't it be really cool if a set's coming out and they actually take time for a set instead of pumping out a set like every other month and have like a cool little like half an hour animation like episode thing of like really hyping up the set, being like, hey, this is what's impacting the lore. Here's some like really cool looking cards. Just a big promotional event kind of thing. Because they're clearly leaning into it more, into storylines and stuff, but they just refuse to express it in any more. I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. In a more literal matter, I suppose. So maybe that'll be something I'll discuss because I want to make the side my side deck series into more of a conversational piece than just random crap I think about. And I think so far with the video from last month and the video going up this month and next month, like I'm trying to raise the bar for that series, I think. Which of course for me finding ideas for it might be a little harder, especially when it comes to finding original ideas. But I think more than anything, it's just something that I feel like I should be passionate to talk about. Because you only get that kind of stuff here at the Janjo zone. Ooh, yeah. Dig it. Let's see here. I think Warrior Returning Alive, I think this is B. I think this is a very solid B tier card. It's a little specific, but it can be good. It can be good. That's a we got a nice cube, nice rectangle going on here. Is there a word for a rectangle that's also like a three-dimensional thing? Because you got a square, then you got a cube. Is there like a cube adjacent term for a 3D rectangle? These just dumb thoughts I have late at night. It's not even late at night. It's only like 8 p.m. A little after 8. I definitely see some solid B tier cards. I'd say drop off is B tier. I know I saw a little more historically, but I think over time people kind of acknowledge its weaknesses. A cuboid, a prism. I see now I have two different terms. A cuboid. No, a cuboid kind of refers to like everything. A rectangular cuboid. A prism. Yeah, well, I was saying I want to say B just because I feel like a lot of people over time has acknowledged like its weakness as a card. It's just kind of inherently not doing too terribly much. I could definitely see an argument for A tier though, but it feels like a card people play just because they thought it was better than it was, more so than actually being good. Rectangular prism is the correct term. Cube, a special type of rectangular prism. Okay, yeah, according to Wikipedia, it is a... Actually, I'll just bring it over here. It's a rectangular cuboid, also called rectangular parallel piped or orthogonal parallel piped. I ain't calling it that. Yeah, it worked with hand control, but like I was saying, like when you like kind of go back at the formats, it's like, well, meh. Do other people think? Okay, let me ask the audience. What do you think drop off should be? A or B? A square rectangular cube is a type of prism. Interesting. So a rectangular cuboid. B closer to B. It is a good. Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad, but it kind of feels like an early example of perhaps an overhyped card, but it's still good. I mean, it does more than like Time Seal does per se. Where Time Seal just stalls a turn essentially. This at least gets rid of the card and can deny a potentially powerful resource. By the way, I don't have any background music because I tried it one time and I got hit with limited ads. But I'm listening to some like last few streams. I've been listening to City Pop, like on YouTube. Love that shit. Any fans of City Pop? Like 80s City Pop? Yeah, like I wouldn't put Drop Off down to C. Like, no, I wouldn't go any lower than this. City Pop, it's like when you wake up and you're just feeling good now. Is a loosely defined form of Japanese pop music from the late 70s and peaked in the 80s. Do do do. It's Japan's Western influence, new music, include a variety of different styles. Yeah, it's like this is cool, like upbeat 80s Japanese pop music. I think would be the best way I could describe it. Kind of has like a retro feel to it. Yeah, just find like a city pop playlist or something. Like you'll definitely hear a lot of the same songs. You know, I think of like "Stay with Me" and "Plastic Love." "Plastic Love" is a banger. Uh, it's the season zero theme, city pop. I need to pause this music real quick. I need to play the song ahead. I'm gonna say no, but I feel like if you do like the season zero theme, which is a great theme song by the way, it's why you used it in my Takahashi tribute video. I mean, you probably like city pop. Guys, sounds pretty good. I'm listening to one is just called Japanese 80s City Pop Playlist. Like it has kind of it's like a pop with almost like some like jazz to it and stuff. Like I don't know, it's just like a good variety of just things that just sound good. You know, very like 80s-y. 80s-y. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff on like a night drive, you know. Like a night drive in the city. Neon signs with a pro mist filter on your camera. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff I dig. I like a variety of music, like a big variety of music. It's like generally that I listen to like rock and stuff, but I do enjoy like the city pop and like Masayoshi Takanaka and Mint and Cassiopeia and stuff like that. Like nicer listening things. I feel like when you listen to like positive music, you just feel better. You know what I mean? But I do enjoy my like alt rock and like punk music and stuff a lot too. Like sometimes I want to listen to the Misfits. Sometimes I gotta listen to Ocean Man, right? You know, Ocean Man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land. You know, Ocean Man. Ocean Man slaps. I listen to rappers rapping about how badass they are when they when I work out. Oh yeah, I like listening to a lot of wrestling themes when I work out. I have like a whole workout playlist. It's like that and like alt rock stuff, like Disturbed, System of a Down, Korn, Linkin Park, that kind of stuff. But then it's like a bunch of like wrestling themes and sometimes other like rock songs too. You know, Wild Thing, Jane, Chris Benoit, Roman Reigns. That's a good one. What's my workout? Kaze ni Nare. Kaze ni Nare. That song is goat. Let's see, workout playlist. I got so much. I'll make a man out of you from Mulan. You gotta have that. You gotta have I'll make a man out of you. Chop Suey, Switchblade, Jay White, Bang by AJR, Battle Cry, you know, Kenny Omega. Yo, Xavier Wolf, what is up, my dude? We're just talking about my workout playlist briefly. Been to all the Disney tunes. Yo, Hellfire, man. Be prepared. All those villain songs. You know, I should work out while listening to Circle of Life. That sounds epic as hell. So Xavier, real quick, if you're curious, this is what the current list is looking like. But yeah, but I'll Make a Man Out of You is a great workout song though. It's also a great song in general too. Like I love the irony of it. Just like, you know, be a man. But then it's like, no, this is actually terrible. This is a terrible message. Yeah. Air Knight's B tier, I think. Disney songs are so good. Actually, a couple of years ago, I watched every single, at the time anyway, every single like in-house animated Disney movie. Air Knight's easy A tier. Uh, I don't know about that one, Chief. Mass Sorcerer at the time though was like everyone played it. I don't think that really applies to Air Knight. Air Knight is kind of on the same vein as like Asura Priest, right? Where its main functionality, you know, aside from being like a light monster, was that scapegoat, right? Like that's kind of its main functionality is like anti scapegoat. Like it can be good for sure, but it's not going to be the most optimal monster you could play. You know, even when it comes to like light tributes, I mean, Thunder Dragon is a tribute, and that can search itself out. Zabor can pop a monster. But Air Knight can generate advantage too and do piercing, which is like nice. But his 1900 attack is definitely kind of a weak point to it. Ejection Fairy Lily at A is unsurprising. Gave my homie my last copy. Hey, he had to be a real homie then, right? Like I have mine. I wish I had a whole playset of Injection Fairy Lily. I don't have any play copies because I got one in this book, and my cards for my book are not for play. This is just for the book, because otherwise the book would just be, what's the point of it? Oh, we hit 10 likes. 10, 10, 10. The first waifu card. What about Dark Elf or Lodge In? This is also said though with Thunder Nyan Nyan though. Thunder Nyan Nyan, anyone? I feel like there was a waifu card in Pharaoh's Servant. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it was Jinzo. I don't know. Chanting Mermaid was the first waifu card. Nyan Nyan. I do like Nyan Nyan in like mono light decks. I dig it. Yeah. I guess the first waifu card. I mean, would you want to say it? At least in like the OCG, would you say it's Kanan or like? Yeah, I don't know. Or she's more of a warrior type. Maybe it's like Vishwar Randy might be the first waifu OCG card. Diane Keto. Yeah, Kanan's more of like she's more of a warrior lady. Maybe it's Vishwar Randy. Vishwar Randy might be the first waifu in the game. Would that be a video people would want to watch? History of waifus in the OCG. Goodness. If people would want that, I would make that. She wasn't popular like yeah, Mermaid was. I mean, Fishboy Randy was like at least by boost. I mean, booster was a she was booster one, right? Like booster one, she's pretty good. Have I got to Enchanted Mermaid yet? I don't think so. I considered doing like a quick video for Valentine's Day or Janjo Times Day. I just didn't have time or the pre-planning. Oh, was that LOB? Wow. So yeah, that was a little bit ways away. That was series two. Enmity has a hilarious video about all the female monsters and master list on Yu-Gi-Oh Wiki. Yeah, Wikipedia is the real one. Wikipedia is like so much better. Like there's some stuff I have to find on Yu-Gi-Oh Wiki, but like the Pedia is just like it's just laid out better, like significantly better. But I do miss how Wikipedia had their lists where, yeah, like at the bottom, like all the like changes in like one single thing. Yeah, it has way more information too. Like there are like I said, like there are some things I found on Yugi Wikia, but generally speaking, Wikipedia is like my go-to source. But this is a history channel, an educational channel, so I think it would be kind of fun to do a history of OCG waifus. Gate Deeg, Weather Report, Abyss Flower, Dumb Cards. Hmm. Let's see here. So many season D's left. Yeah. I'm thinking of putting Dragon Dwelling in the Cave in C because Defender stats, I think, are like they're worth something. I suppose possibly. We almost forgot an S. Let me think about this. I don't want to say I don't want to say wing beat of giant dragon. I don't want to say twin headed behemoth. I don't want to say smoke grenade. Smoke grenade S. Is that card banned? It's still banned. What? Since December 2020. Clearly, I missed what happened during that time. What the heck happened? Who was like injectors? No. What? I can I can vaguely recall something with it. Infernoble. Hmm. Interesting. Because otherwise, I was gonna put that in like C. But yeah, wow. Yeah. That one. Yeah, that one definitely snuck by. Goodness. I guess hand looping is always has been a persistent issue in Yu-Gi-Oh, has it not? Hopefully, I'm pacing the stream well enough. We're getting close to hitting that 2 hour mark. Yeah, I mean, the classic combos with Gearfried and like Blast with Chain. I don't think I'm missing anything else though. I can think of. Are there any more like A's or B's? Were did people play like Wing Beat and Stomping Destruction and like Dragon Ruler stuff? Yeah, Blast with Chain I'll put in B. Gearfried stuff makes good use with that. I wasn't around when like Dragon Ruler was a thing. Convulsion of Nature. Well, I think for Convulsion of Nature, I think we actually have to flip the list around upside down. I do wonder where Spear Dragon goes though, too. He's kind of like a weird question for me. Patrician is a C. He's just like the best zombies get for a while. Like Spirit Dragon, I mean, he can work when Skill Drain comes out for like that, but then it's also like just run Gemini Elf. For Dragon monsters, he's really powerful. Yeah, he has a Goblin attack force thing, but he still has 1900 and does piercing, which is like pretty solid. Yeah, that was a bad thing. Like he was the best they got for a bit. Like if he had 2100 attack, he'd be way better. At least like up until we got like Vampire Lore, but even that. Ominous Fortune Telling, I think, is kind of like low key underrated. If I remember what that does. Doo-doo-doo. Where the heck are you? Semi phase, ran card from your opponent's hand, call it right for 700. Interesting. It doesn't say like reveal the card. What is for sure an F tier? I feel like there might be some spirits. Great Longnose. I feel like he's really bad. Fixed battle damage. Opponents skip their next battle phase. I mean, for a tribute monster, it's like I think most spirits that are tributes are just inherently really bad. But I suppose skipping the battle phase, like it saves you, it protects you a turn, but it's also like you kind of have to build your resources back up because you tributed for a spirit monster, right? Isn't that pretty bad? Like unless you're running, like the machine thing. Dragon's Beat is hilariously bad. It's very specific. The Fushi no Tori. Increase your life points by battle damage. That's really bad, but can't I can't consider that like F tier. Is Great Longnose. It's Great Longnose D or F. Let me read Otahime. It changes the battle position when it's summoned of your opponent's monsters. That seems really bad. But it's not egregious. Go to D. Yeah, I'm thinking D. It's yeah, like F has to be like egregiously bad. High B, low A. I feel like Super Soldier is a little bit better just because it does have 2K attack. So I put him in C at least. I think both of the big ones go to C because they're very like they're asking a lot to pull off their combo, basically. To pull off their effect, which feels like a combo. Like it can be really nice when you do get it off, but like good luck with that. Yeah, it's a case of really strong effects, but bad downside others because you have to like tribute to get them out, and it only lasts a turn, unless you're playing the machine. Maharagi, when you summon, top part of your deck, you can keep it there or shuffle. Okay, so it lets you see the future slightly. I mean, it has solid defense, but you're not really gonna be playing it. Yeah, really hard conditions. Maharagi think is close to F. I don't think Maharagi's F tier. I mean, at least gives you like knowledge, and you could like set it, which could like give you at least some leeway in your next draw phase. Inaba White. Oh, there's Inaba White Rabbit. I think Inaba is kind of fun. It's like a spear that can attack directly. But again, it's also kind of yeah. Yeah, should create Destiny boards here and put Maharagi there. The thing about Yamada is that if you're playing a spirit deck, hand's gonna be clogged with monsters, so you definitely won't draw 5. Yeah, like the cards, like on paper you're reading like, oh, that's really good, but then it's like, well, how do I get this to work? Then it becomes more of a thought provoking question. Like they're certainly not bad or anything, but they are rather challenging to pull off at the end of the day. Honestly, I put Twin Headed Behemoth in B tier. I think a Dragon Monster to kind of just like bring itself back and can be summoned off of like a variety of things is like pretty solid, at least for like early Yu-Gi-Oh. Even like the fact that it's limited. Uh, I don't think it's A tier. I mean, yeah, it's only limited because of its confusing because it's once per duel effect. So like I understand it's more of a logistical thing why it was limited more than anything. Because otherwise, how are you gonna know if that was the card that was used? You're slightly over 2 hours, and we're almost at 15 likes too. 13 likes, not bad, not bad. Definitely seeing like a sharp rise and fall, but it's gonna fill up more for sure. I think all these sets is gonna eventually just like as we go on, all the sets are inevitably gonna be heavy in like the lower tier stuff, but that's just natural for a core set. Honestly, I think it'd be kind of fun to like check out the like after we do all these, do a little math and figure out the ratios between all of them, and see like what cards are like ratioed the best over others. Let's see. I'm gonna put Throwstone unit in C2 next to Dragon because it's also another like defensive card that it's a little interesting because it can be search off a Rhoda and it's an Earth, which can have like some like interesting utility. But the main thing is like I've seen people use it. And it's only been like a couple times at most. Is that you can it's a Rhoda searchable defender, which is I think really fascinating. Hope everyone's having a good night. By the way, if you haven't noticed down there, it's a little hint towards my Patreon for anyone who is interested to become a Janjo patron to help support the channel. Because as little as $2 a month, get early bird access plus other additional stuff if I decide to post, uh, updates for the channel or potentially exclusive videos again, which I might be starting back up. Also, just support the channel in general. It's just me running this. Which, by the way, I might have this I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. It's not a it's kind of like a sponsorship coming my way. It's nothing I'm getting like paid to do, but it's more of like an ambassador program thing. It's in the works. That could be kind of cool. Should be seeing that soonish, potentially. Ready for intercept. This card was actually pretty good in the OC or not OCG speed duels. Like early speed duels, saw this a lot. I think that's the only card I'm looking at like from speed duels. I know that's like, yeah, people are playing this solid amount. A creature swap is good in speed duels. Legendary Ocean's pretty good in speed duels. We got Resenshi in speed duels, so I don't think he's played much. You got a lot of interesting cards in this set. I mean, Spear Dragon, Tyrant Dragon, Cave Dragon, Troop Dragon. At some point, you got to figure, well, of course, these are dragons. You don't need to call them dragons, right? I mean, yeah, you got Warrior Digrapher, but it's not Marauding Warrior. I'm really yawny today. I had like extra coffee too. I don't understand why when you like feel like you got sleep, you somehow become more tired, right? Like, for whatever reason. It's like a weird effect. Like I feel like I got like a solid amount of sleep the last couple of nights. Not great sleep, but enough sleep. Sometimes I'm just like, I feel like a zombie. So I will say though, moving my desk over here, way better feng shui. I'm a big believer in feng shui. And not only is this in a more dominant position in my room where I can see my door, people will like come in, but also my energy is not getting sucked away from the windows here, and I feel like I have way more space in my room because this space right here where my desk is really wasn't being used for anything. So using that basically empty space for my desk, it just feels like I have way more space in my room, which is great. Like I got my bed right where I want it, right? Dominant position. Like I'm feeling it with the feng shui in my room currently. Let's see here. Troop Dragon. I could see someone argue B, but I think he's a C. It just feels like a card that like Troop Dragon feels like a card that is getting really close to being good, but it's just kind of missing that like little extra oomph to make it worthwhile. Aside from like a couple of specific decks, like I think I built a Victory Dragon deck with him in it. Like he's kind of in the same vein as Twin-Headed Behemoth, but I just think he's just a worse version. If I'm being honest, but that's my thought on Troop Dragon. Anyway, I think it looks cool though. Like I like the idea behind the card. You're really putting emphasis on the troop aspect of it, where he like pulls another copy out, kind of like a floater. But it's no Nimble Mamanga or Giant Germ or Twin Behemoth. It's just kind of like a worse version. That the only thing really going for is that it's a Wind Dragon, which can really only get you so far. Where do we think Convulsion of Nature goes? Because it's like people have used it in OTK decks with like Archfiend's Oath, right? But I feel like that can really only get it, yeah, like FTK decks. But I feel like that said, even though decks do run it, yeah, it can't go any higher than C. But it is a very fun and silly card, though. So I think that is fair enough. One thing I really like about Legacy of Darkness, honestly, I think the thing I like about the most of like its different aspects is like the warrior package. Because there's a lot of like really cool warrior cards and even like additional warrior support and stuff, like Frontier Wiseman. Like the dragon stuff seems kind of lackluster, but I feel like they really, and even the fiend stuff for the most part is like lackluster too. But the warriors, I think they really got right, all things considered. I was like, I based on like, hey, here's the warrior archetype, really. Dragons did show up in OCG briefly. Yeah, people have like messed around with dragons and whatnot, and like, why wouldn't you basically? Like if they're giving you all these like new tools and toys to play with, might as well play with them. See, I think Lester Fiend is C. I think he's a worse Hades, but he does have, okay attack and okay effect. But he definitely kind of feels in a similar vein to like Opticlops, where they're not inherently bad or anything, but they're still like, little uh little late to the party. Yeah, reinforcements. Yeah, yeah. I mean that's why we have it in S tier because it's such a commonly used card, and it probably will forever will be. It's generically good in all the best ways. Let's hear. You forgot Relinquish in the S tier yet again. Is he? He's not. He's nah. He's not in Legacy of Darkness. There's not even like a Relinquish esque monster, really. We got Dark Ruler. I should get like a Relinquish tattoo or something like that. That'd be fun. Winged Minion. Contribute it to select a fiend monster. Increase attack by 700 as long as it's on the field. I mean, I see what they're getting at, and you could potentially use it for like a buff and then plus into like Necrofear, but just run Rush Recklessly or Acts of Despair. I don't know. It feels like a D. We got Blah and Nah. What are the odds? I've been like a weird like today. I feel like I've been like hot and cold, different. Like I feel like I'm still kind of cold with like this little bit heavier like flannel on. Then I'll take my jacket. I'll take like this off and be like, all right, well I'm good for a bit. I'm like, I'm cold again. Hate weather. I really like cold weather. The only reason to just like stay inside and like chill out. But it's always just nice when it's just like constantly just warm. Yo, Esteban Romero, what is up, my dude? Hi, will you be making a W tier for waifus? 199 number one made a light deck when I got one in a booster. I wish. Thunder Nyan and Injection Fairy Lily. I was joking around the idea earlier of potentially doing like a history of waifus video or something like that. But I don't think there's anything quite in this set I'd feel obligated enough for its own. Although I don't know. You make a good point though. A waifu tier? Like Robo Lady? Super Robo Yaru? Etc. Shadow Tamer? Otohime? Is Asura Priest a dude or a chick? Should I feel turned on by Asura Priest or nah? Serpentine Princess? Bad reaction to Samochi? I think that's it for all like the chick cards. There are more chick cards in Labyrinth of Nightmare though. Oh. If you donate a lot of money, I'll make a waifu tier. There you go. Put your money where your mouth is. $20. That's my asking price for waifu tier. Let's see, Skull Knight number 2. You tribute summon a fiend monster by tributing him. You can special summon another Skull Knight number 2 from your deck in attack or defense position. That seems like an even worse Troop Dragon. I mean, it's kind of like Wing Min where I see what they're going for, but I don't know. It feels too weak to really be of use, to, like remain on the field, right? Also, fun fact: Skull Knight number 2 actually should just be Skull Knight. The OCG for the original Fusion Skull Knight, that card was just called Skull Bishop. Now you know. Did you know Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, I think I'll put him next to Wing Minion. Feel like the same kind of breed of card. I've been watching The Boys recently. Anyone ever watch The Boys? You know, with like Homelander and stuff. Pretty good. I'm in like halfway through season 3 or so of like 4 seasons. Rikishin Clown. When this card is summoned, or including flip and special, cool. Select a monster on the field, changes battle position. I mean, at least it's just like when it's summoned. And you can select any monster on the field, which is a nice little additional thing. I think Rikishin Clown is C tier, I think. He seems like it seems generic enough where you could like do something with it. Plus, it's such a funny design, right? Gargoyle clown. Like who thought of that? Who thought, hey, let's put a gargoyle as a clown? Someone was having fun that day. Yeah, clown control. I'm surprised Konami hasn't printed more clown cards as like a more defined archetype. Because that really feels like one night they would have had done, right? Like something that isn't so obvious, but something that has been around. Like, I think that'd be pretty silly. Clown deck. Clown archetype. Where's the Rikishin clown car? A bunch of Rikishins like popping out of it. Let's see. Twin-headed wolf. When there's another fiend-type monster on your side of the field, negate effects affect the monster destroyed by this card in battle. I mean, I guess with 1500, it's probably going to do attack over most flip effect monsters. But it's also assuming those are flip effects, and you have to have another fiend type on the field. But I feel like they're just better cards in general to have and to run. That feels like a D tier. Yushin Clown's supposed to be a disguise. Yeah, but disguise for what? Murdering people? I mean, you could do DNA surgery, or you could just run other better cards. I don't know. Just run knock. Like run, I don't know, Gust Fan or Light of Intervention, right? Like if you're that scared of that. Like you're better off just running a copy of Opticlops and just beat over stuff just and get it over with. Because even if you do destroy a flip monster, it's like, how much advantage are you really gaining over time with the card? I don't know. It just feels like it's in the same line of like the other Fiend stuff, where it's like I definitely see what they're getting at, but it's I don't know. So there's just better stuff that exists. I don't, does anyone else think that Twin Headed Wolf should be C tier? Or do you think that should be D tier? Well, it seems to be quiet at the moment, so let's move on. Could be either. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like it's on the same threshold as like the other like weak fiend support. Like again, I see what they're going after, but it just doesn't seem like it's doing enough. Like if this card had like 1700 attack, that'd be a way bigger improvement, I think. Or if it had like more of a blanketing effect, right? It like if there's another face-up fiend monster on your field, negate the effect monster destroyed by your monsters in battle or something like that, right? D, very low attack but good effect. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. Like you need another monster and it has low attack. I feel like that's two downsides going for it compared to the one plus. And I don't think that necessarily warrants it to be as like good as like the other monsters that you are more likely to at least mess around with. Because yeah, sure, you can mess around with like any card, right? You can mess around with Inaba White Rabbit, or like Winged Minion or whatever. It did have an effect where it's all fiends that must, yeah. Like if it had like either like a blanket effect or that, or if you didn't need to control a fiend monster or just had higher attack, like any one of those three, I think would have made it like much better. Because if it just negate effects by fiend monsters just by itself, then it's like then you could play it and if you like top deck it and just summon it, like all right, I feel a little safe with this card. But you need a monster with it on the field. I think that's kind of a tough thing, especially 1500, because your opponent can just summon something that beat over it and just move on with their day. Compared to other cards that deal with the issue at hand. But that's what I think about it. But I do think it's cool seeing all like the like. Is this the first Yu-Gi-Oh set that really feels like it's defined by primarily like sectors of ideas and concepts, right? Like we mentioned before, fiend, dragon, warriors, and spirits. Those are like the cuboid, the rectangular cuboid of the set. Like this set definitely like feels like a big change in the game in that regard. That it geared more towards thematic cards, like more than ever. Yeah, like, I'm not saying like other sets didn't or anything like that. Um, and I made a whole video a long time ago ranking the machines in Metal Raiders, so check that out if you haven't. Um, but like this set, I feel like took some of the ideas that the other sets were doing and really just kind of doubled down on it. Of like, hey, let's focus on these specific strategies. Because like some sets, yeah, like Pharaoh's Servant had some cards that had a similar idea behind it. But a lot of it was just like, hey, this negates traps, this negates spells, kind of thing. LOD leans heavily towards Struggle of Chaos and its Axis, happening already in the OCG. Yeah, I mean, these are all mostly kind of reprint sense, aren't they? Yeah, Magician's Force had like unions and spellcasters. Yeah, LON had like it had like character themes, like Bakura, Loomis and Umbra, that kind of stuff. But this one feels more card game specific than just anime themed. Because it was Bakura, Loomis and Umbra, and another character. I feel like I'm blanking on that because there's a third anime character. I feel like I'm blanking on it. Funny thing is, Legacy Darkness set a lot of the cards also took place in the virtual world arc. So you got Injection Fairy Lily, got Tristan had the Robo Yarus. I mean, they probably took it from this set. Like, I mean, a variety of kind of like just cards at the time. I mean, they also had Witty Phantom, so after try watching the show, I realized Bakura was essentially an anti-meta player. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, in a way, so was Pegasus. Like Pegasus in the video games, his entire strategy is anti-meta because it's like, hey, you have counters to your opponent's cards, right? That's anti-meta. To try watching this, rewatching. Yeah, it took a long time before we got satellite cannon. I remember having a ton of fun the virtual world arc. Like deck masters. That's kind of a fun thing with like skill cards, but the deck masters is a whole different thing though. But yeah, the virtual world arc was fun as hell. Let me just say. And Noah had the spirit monsters. Yeah. He had Shinado, even though we wouldn't get Shinado till Dark Crisis. He definitely ran the machine. We should get some virtual world arc stuff in speed duels. I think that'd be fun. Or like Orichalco stuff in speed duels. Imagine Seal of Orichalco's skill card. I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out. Like I could see speed duels having a guardian archetype, like guardian skill card that makes guardians like way better. Or I can even see like the machine as a skill card, so you can just play like because we don't. I don't think speed duels has spirit monsters yet. I believe, unless I am mistaken, but I don't think they do. But I can definitely see them doing that kind of stuff. Let's see. Fatal Abacus. Continuous trap. Let's see. Each time a monster is sent from the field to grave for 500-point damage, it respective card's owner life points. I have Tamias would be really OP and speed rules probably needs to be limited. It depends what cards they like add to it. I mean, it's not like you're really seeing Dark Magician running around, even though like the Now You See Him skill is like pretty fun. I mean, you could probably have like Amulet Dragon and be fine, right? Potentially, I don't know. I have to like think more about it, but just off the top of my head. See, Fatal Abyss is like it's an interesting burn card. Reminds me of Coffin Seller, but I don't know. It feels a little specific because it requires monsters going to the grave, and it can also like inflict you too, which I don't know, just run just desserts or at the very least chain energy. Like, I wouldn't say it's trash. Probably D tier though, like at worst. On the same veins as some other cards where it feels a bit more outdated and worse than others. Right. Which like let's say in comparison to say Opticlops and Lester Fiend, like at least these cards are still like decent by their own right. Bark of Dark Ruler. During the damage step of a fiend monster you have as attacks or as attack, you pay life points and multiple hundred, decrease your opponent's life points or their opponent's monster's attack defense by the same amount until the end phase. That's not too bad. I give that a C. I mean, you pay life points to make something kind of weaker. There are better cards, sure. But you can still like run on top of that. You can still like reduce by like small amounts if need be, and save like more heavy hitting cards if you want to. It's not great, but I could definitely see someone trying it out. Life Absorbing Machine. Increase life points equals the amount of total life points you have paid the last turn. I feel like I've seen people mess around with this. Because you can use this like with stuff like Solemn Judgment and stuff, right? Where they're like card cost. Like you can even combo with Bark of Dark Ruler. Like, it's definitely the kind of card that you activate and you just have it sit there, and just like if you have some cards that like use life points, you use it. Injection Fairy Lily, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, it feels like a very Merrick thing. I've paid 999.99.99% of my life points. Now I gain 5 million back. Rage of Raw. Yeah, I'll put that in C. I don't really see it as like a great card, but it's a good like passive card. At least for like the niche that it provides. Let's see. Puppet Magic of Dark Ruler. Takes a fiend from the grave. Remove monster type field whose level equal that level. Special summon it. I mean, it's kind of neat, but it feels like you're wasting more resources to get back like a Hades or something. In which Hades can't even be special summon from the graveyard. Which is like, why are you even running it? Yeah, that one seems kind of bad. I could see like a world where you can get something kind of cool, like to bring back like a fiend monster, like maybe like a mass beast or something. But you are getting rid of like a lot of resources. It do you think potentially might be an F tier though? Because you're getting rid of like upwards of 3 cards for one. Is potentially like a -2. It'd be way better if it was like you can include monsters from your hand, right? It's like a reverse ritual card almost. Like, but it's only a fiend monster too. And they have to equal the exact level. I think this might be an F tier, guys and gals, and metalfish. I think it might be an F tier. Any objections to this? It feels a little weird because like all of them otherwise have just been like normal monsters, but this might be the first F tier non-normal. It just feels like they're just like asking for like so much specifics, and you can't even revive Hades. Like the card on the art, you can't bring back from this. Like this feels like a card like Darkness Approaches or like Two Pronged Attack, where it's asking, and this is asking for like way more specific things, by the way, too. Like this card's like kind of pissing. It's kind of pissing me off. I apologize if that blew my speakers a little bit. Should probably turn this down a little bit. There's a little tiny tad. Kind of like how you can't summon the high level spirit monsters off last turn, even though they're in the art. Oh yeah. Good point. Yeah, because it can't be special summon. Yeah, you can't special summon any of them. That's what were they thinking? Crazy Konami employees. Yeah, it just feels like they're like. I can definitely see like the idea behind it, but it needed to be like way better. Like, okay, bringing back a fiend's one thing, right? Like, you would play in a fiend deck. I mean, sure you can use the opponent's monsters, but they also need to like equal the level. So if you steal them, that still doesn't mean you can necessarily tribute them. Like it'd be great if you could just again if you're able to discard from your hand and exceed the levels, or and even if you do that, like if you can even make it a thing where you have to tribute fiend monsters, but at least even then, again, you'd be playing this in a fiend deck. That wouldn't really be like a big issue. Because then at that point, you can at least send a high level fiend from your hand, or just like dead cards or whatever, or does not matter what you're sending. Yeah, it just feels like they're asking for like way too much for this card. It feels like way too specific to bring back a monster too. So you're getting rid of like board presence, But like let's say you're losing like 3 cards for this, and it has to be like a real damn good monster too. Like maybe previously something like Necrofear or something. But again, like the fact that you have to meet the points means that like you really need to meet that specific requirements. Like the even rituals don't do that, man. Like we wouldn't really get that till like advanced ritual art. I don't know. I think pissing me off is a good sign for an F tier more than than anything. I mean, something's got to take the bullet, right? Now, speaking on the Hades stuff though, Soul Demolition. You can only activate it when you have a fiend type monster on the field. You can pay 500 life points, where both players select a monster from their opponent's grave or remove them from play. That's kind of interesting. I mean, yeah, you need to control a fiend monster, but pay 500 life points, which you can use either turn because it's a trap, and just banish monsters. I don't think that's that bad. I mean, yeah, you need to have like both people have monsters to banish, but you can like play around that with like stuff like Survivor or Scout Plane potentially. Um, Kind of hurts like Chaos a little bit too. It kind of messes up with like a Fiend game plan though if you're playing like Necrofear. But if not, then like yeah, it's a C tier card. Let's put it next to the other Hades one. Pretty decent, I guess. Exodian Necros too. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Exodian Necros kind of already hurts itself by being Exodian Necros. So it might be at least their worries, but yeah, you could use that against Necros. Let's see here. Double Snare. Like the face up card on the field as that has that can negate traps effects and destroy it. So it destroys Jinzo and Royal Decree. Is that it? Is it? Does it just stop Jinzo and Decree? I mean, I guess if you're playing against a Decree deck, then that's like a good counter to it, right? 'Cause I feel like I've seen this in side decks. Yeah, that's not bad if you're running like one of those anti-trap decks. It might even be a B tier. It's very specific, not completely bad, but more situational. Yeah, that's fair. But are we thinking B or C though? So while it's situational, it does kind of like kill those decks. I don't want to say it kills the decks, but it's definitely like a hard out. Because we have side deck cards in B tier is like the thing. I'm leaning towards C just because it feels more specific than like Air Knight or Asura Priest, where they just have like in general more utility as cards. So I think C is fine. But I like how this is all in like set order, by the way, even though we've like kind of jumped around a little bit. Yeah, I mean it certainly can be. I mean we've seen stuff like some of these cards, can be like side deck cards too, but I think they generally have like just more use and more variety of situations. Exodia was forbidden because it was the beefiest, and all the other spellcasters were jealous. And Exodia is very powerful. He's god level. I'm excited for the new Exodia support though. I hope it's cheap. But I might be asking for a lot. I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh is in a period where it's expensive. I miss when it was cheaper. Everything was cheaper. People stop playing the game so I can buy more cards easier. Freed. I remember Freed's like pretty solid. He can't be targeted by magic cards, so no snatch. He can add a level 4 warrior monster, so he can Rhoda instead of a draw phase. I mean that's not bad, honestly. Like 2300 attack. I mean, if you want like a pseudo boss monster, I love how putting the legs and spell and trap zone assembles Exodia on the field. Oh yeah, well you gotta find those zones. Though I mean, technically speaking, you just reveal your hand, so it's not like you actually place them on the field. So otherwise, you can place them wherever you want because you're just like, hey, this is my hand. Let me put it in a nice pattern. Giving up your DP makes Rhoda. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think he's a B tier. It is a cost, but like you don't have to use it though. That's the thing. It's not mandatory because it says you can. So you don't even have to. Like it's something like if you want to, if you want to just be like, hey, let me go fetch a Mystic Swordsman or an Exiled Force or a Blade Knight. I mean that's pretty powerful, right? In a game where Rhoda is almost always limited or semi-limited. I mean, like as a card design, like yeah, he may not be like meta or anything per se, but like as a card design, like I definitely vibe with it. Really good. Its reinforcement during protections from spells. Yeah, I mean, it can't be targeted by spells, which I mean, yeah, it's not going to come up too terribly often. But I feel like compared to like other cards, like it's like on paper, it's doing way more, and it doesn't really seem to have like an inherent drawback aside from being like a tribute monster, right? Like, yeah, it can't beat over Jinzo, but it's at least over 2K, and I'll take anything that's can beat over a spy. I don't know, just like I'm comparing it to cards from the C tier, and it just feels like it's designed better. I would argue than the C tier cards, even if like people don't necessarily play it. Because the thing with warriors, like warriors are generally better as like toolbox decks anyway, but I don't think that inherently takes away from the card, just because it's not like the most optimal card, right? Because I think the thing is like because even though we're seeing the introduction of an F tier, I do think we are starting to see cards that are defined by the meta and ones that aren't necessarily defined by the meta either. That can still be like fun to play in a more casual sense. Because like a lot of these cards, like in C tier, it's either they are like hyper specific or they have a drawback, like spirit monsters or just being kind of just a run of the mill card or whatever. Compared to at least Freed, that has two interesting effects. Like he has a protection from a specific card type, and he has a searching ability, an optional searching ability. Like again, you don't even have to use it. So I don't know. I think he's pretty darn tootin' good. See, Mysterious Guard. He's a flip monster. Not great stats, spellcaster. I believe this is one of the weird warrior support ones that isn't a warrior. Um, or yeah, it returns a monster at the top of the owner's deck. Then if you have a warrior monster, you can return another card. I'm gonna put him in C tier. It sucks that it's not a warrior monster, which is definitely unfortunate. And he also has like really bad stats, which is also unfortunate. But he's also like, I don't know, stacking a card can be kind of like good because it gives you information for the following turn and puts your opponent back a turn basically. And if you have a warrior monster, that's two cards. Like that's something to scoff at. Like I'm a big fan of like this and Wise Man, at least in regards to non-warrior support. Like it's really interesting. I think in a better way than say Dragon Manipulator is, or Shadow Tamer, which we'll get to. Which, by the way, it'd be cool if we get to 15 likes this stream. We only need two more. And also, by the way, this Sunday will be the premiere of the next Yugi OCG video, in which we talk about the starter box, which you can actually watch that right now on my Patreon and every other early bird access video for a little as $2 a month. Super exciting stuff. I think it's a really great video. So if you want to watch that earlier than anyone else, be part of that elusive squadron of Janjo fans, definitely go to my Patreon for that. All right, Frontier Wiseman is kind of similar. He protects warriors from magic cards, or at least like targets magic cards. 1600 attack is not really that bad. Oh yeah, you're still helping. Absolutely. Um, let's see. I'm just trying to get through some of these cards. But 1600 with 3 stars is like pretty good for like fighting under gravity bind. Although I think the problem with Wiseman is that magic targeting is like very specific. I think more than a lot of like other cards, right? So you like protects from snatch, steal, and like I don't know. I think he has use, but it feels also he definitely comes across as like a C tier in regards to being very specific. Like I don't think he's as good as a guard, but I mean he has good level and stat as far as like that stuff goes. Let's see, Hunter with the 7 weapons. When you summon, you can declare a type of monster, increase attack by 1,000 when battling that type. Eh, that seems pretty bad, right? You can just run any better monsters. Like I could definitely see where it's like, yeah, running, declare dark. But I don't know. It just seems like any other type just completely wrecks it. Like any other type that you did not declare. And you're just better off running, even like an 1800 attack beater. Any more like better like catch all cards, right? I mean, he's certainly interesting, especially if you run something like what was it, DNA transplant and like Gaia power and stuff and gravity bind. I feel like I'm almost hyping this card up myself. He's a D tier, right? Hunter with the 7 weapons. It just feels like a weird counter that just isn't as useful as running like anything else. I think that's like a sign of a D tier. See, Shadow Tamer. Yeah, I think I'll leave Hunter 7 weapons in D tier for now. Shadow Tamer flip controls a fiend type monster opponent side of the field to the end of the turn. That feels really bad. Like it's anti fiend type, but only like if it's during your opponent's turn, then they get it back at the end of their turn. This feels like way too specific. Like as a counter, it's like what are you gonna do with that card? I mean, you can attack. I guess you can like tribute over it if that's an option at the time. Is Shadow Tamer F tier? It's kind of making me mad a little bit. Because just like end of the turn flip monster. Like it'd be way better if it just was like any monster too. At the very least, it'd be better if it was any monster. Right, a flip change of heart. Because at least the other cards, like the other stuff like Winged Minion and Twin Headed Wolf, at least those work in conjunction with your own deck. Like, where is Shadow Tamer really going to help you out against a Fiend deck at all? It's not. It's a failure of a card. So F tier it goes. I find it fascinating how LON and LOD both kind of have made a reason for an F tier. Before I'm like, oh, we don't need an F tier. D's D, whatever. But I think we're definitely seeing difference in cards and their values really in more of a rainbow variety than ever before in 2003 Yu-Gi-Oh. Let's see, A forces. So every warrior and spellcaster monster, which kind of goes back to like these two guys. Create all warrior monsters by 200 points. You think it's? Yeah, I mean it's a slight buff. I feel like running like an attribute booster thing. But at least it only affects your side of the field. And it works with warrior and spellcaster, so it's not just locked to like one specific thing. Like I feel like you might be able to be better off running a field spell, like a Gaia power or whatever attribute you're leaning more towards. But yeah, I mean it's fine enough, I suppose. It's just like additional little extra buff that can potentially increase. I guess that this whole point of the is it short for the allied forces? Is that what it is? That I don't know off the top of my head. Allied forces. Yeah. I suppose this help. Which is it? Attack and defense? No, just attack. Yeah, I mean it can add a little bit here and there, and it's a passive boost. So sure. Let's see. Array of revealing light. Reveal a type of monster. A monster like type cannot attack during turn summoned. That's a field spell? Interesting. That feels kind of bad. Yeah. That feels way too specific. Especially when the last set we got Vengeful Box Spirit. Yeah, like you can do DNA surgery with that, but at that point, you're just asking for trouble. Like it feels something that's more tailored to this set specifically, right? Like if you're running a warrior spellcaster deck and you're fighting against a fiend deck, like I see something like that. But being tailored to this set doesn't inherently make it any better, especially if you're like playing in anything related to like the meta or even like casual per se. Like I won't say it's trash or anything, but it feels like a little it feels a little sus. Because like God forbid you're running anything else too. Like it's a slow stun, but it never really deals with the issue or like stuns well enough past that one turn. Like if your opponent summons a big beat stick and you can't deal with it, and you still can't deal with it, and then it'll just attack over the following turn. Like it may save you like a turn at most, but again at that point it's run Swords of Revealing Light. But I can definitely see people make this card work in certain metas though. But until we see that. Let's see. Ready for intercepting. Takes a warrior face up and takes a warrior spellcaster and puts the face down defense position. This card is a little hard to rank because like, I know it's good in speed duels, but we're not taking speed duels into account. But it's a generic card enough. It's not great, but like in terms of specific counters, I could see it like being, because you can also work it on your own monsters too. I guess ready for intercepting. But you can also use it defense. You can use it offensively or defensively too. Yeah, it's a very specific Book of Moon. But aside from it targeting again, like we've seen with the theme of like warrior and spellcast just kind of working together. Yeah, it has its uses. Unlike some fairly common types. It's more specific than like other cards, but good in those. A feint plan. A player cannot attack face-down monsters during this turn. That feels like another C tier. It's not a floodgate, but at least protects your flip monsters. or like any face-down monsters for that matter. I mean, ideally you'd be playing flip monsters with this, right? So at least it protects those. To like potentially set up, your plan for the next turn, which I guess why it's called a feint plan. The empty jar, yeah. Flip control. Use it on like a morphine jar or magician of faith, or even just like like a mysterious guard. You could like set that up. Let's see, tyrant dragon. Do. It's like a BLS kind of effect. You can attack twice. Negates trap cards that target it. So you can't ring a destruction it. If you special summon from the grave, you have to tribute a dragon. That's kind of a weird. I feel like they didn't even need that, right? Like, what does that really? Like, what's the point? I mean, he's not terrible either. I put him in C. High attack. Two tributes is kind of a lot, but I mean, again, high attack, and he can attack twice, and he's protected from targeting traps. So, there you go. Spear Dragon. Kind of a interesting little fellow. Because he has good attack. He does piercing, but he does have the Goblin attack force downside. Right? He's essentially like a one-shot cannon. But that feels just like a... I mean, he's cool that he's a dragon, but it is just a worse Goblin. Because the thing with Goblin is that he has high attack, so you use it as like a big cannonball. Spear Dragon, even though it does piercing, it definitely feels a bit weaker. So I was contemplating B or C. I think I'm gonna go with C with that one. Because it does feel like it. I think the effect is cool. I think the fact that it's a dragon is cool, but it feels like its attack, given its downside, kind of misses the mark. Especially when Gemini Alpha's around. And do you care about piercing that much? Probably not. Like, unless you're anticipating playing a more defensive deck. Spirit Ryu, you can discard a dragon to increase its attack by 1,000 during the battle step until the end step. Spirit Ryu is an interesting card. I feel like it's more of a theory card than anything. It's always a card I look at, and I wonder, like, how to make this work. But you're really just getting rid of a ton of hand resources. I mean, theoretically, you can use it to, like, fuel certain things if you want, right? Like Skull Lair or Bazoo. And you can punch over. Generally, honestly, most things if you just discard like one dragon card, but you also need specific dragon cards, right? It's not discard card. Like if it was just discard cards from your hand, it'd be way better. Because then you can make use of like Thunder Dragon, right, which is a thunder monster, or just like dead cards otherwise to revive them later. Which you can also, I suppose you could use that with dragons. Like you can use that with Tyrant Dragon, right? Attack, use Call Haunter, Premature Burial, and Tribute Spirit Ryu. So it combos with that. Um, so it's a C tier, I would say. So Cave Dragon, funny enough, I actually at for Necromancy for Kids, uh, I, it was the character tournament. I actually dueled a deck that I believe it was Atticus. I want to say it was either Atticus or Kaiba, but they had Cave Dragon, and their deck kind of revolved around Cave Dragon a little bit, and it was kind of scary. Now, of course, that is in a very specific self-made like meta for character themed decks. And Cave Dragon is really you know. It's essentially like the only monster you have to have on the field. Right? Because you can't summon him when you have another monster. And you can't attack. If there are no dragon type monsters except this card, so yeah, so you need to like wait another turn, and you have like a dragon monster, and I feel like unless you're on the most like very specific situations, it's really bad because your order of summoning it needs to be very specific. Like if you already have a monster on the field, can't summon it, but then you can't attack unless you have another monster, so it's really slow. So that feels like a D tier to me. It's asking for a lot. Like not saying it can't be played, but you're definitely asking for trouble with it. Gray Wing, another dragon. Discard a card until during main phase 1. You can attack twice during the turn. So if you attack directly, that's 26. I mean, the nice thing you can discard any card. Yo, Matthew, what's up? Where did I reference S tier? Oh yeah, lore wise, he's S tier. Lore wise for sure. Which, by the way, we're almost at 15 likes. Just need 2 more. But yeah, Warrior Digrapher. I mean, he's definitely one of the most like important cards in regards to like Yu-Gi-Oh lore. Which unfortunately is not. I'll bump him. I'll bump him up to S tier if you don't donate $20. That's my minimum. But he's really cool though, like for sure. I kind of wish he was 1800 honestly, as like default stat. I think that would have been way more impactful, even if that wouldn't have made him like meta or anything like that. It would at least bump him up with like Opticlops. You know what I mean? Which I think would have been kind of dope. Grey Wing, So like going back to Grey Wing, Grey Wing, his attack is low, but 3 stars is kind of nice. Like he reminds me of like a dragon Mataza the Zapper, even though Mataza is more searchable and doesn't need to discard a card. It's much nicer in that regard. Um, but it's not inherently like bad. Because you can discard a card, it's like whatever. Maybe we use that with something. And like in certain situations, it's 2600. It's like it's good, I suppose, in theory. I don't like the art though. I will say, I don't like how his open mouth is like right in front of my face, and its gray wings makes it look more like a weird insect, right? Because insects have like kind of like the transparent wings. See, Dragon's Bead. Discard a card, negate a trap card that targets one dragon monster and destroy it. That feels way too specific. Like, how many trap cards are really going to be doing that? Not much. I think that's a D tier. A Wingbeat, a giant dragon. Return a level 5 or higher dragon monster. Destroy all magic trap cards on the field. I feel like this card was used in decks. Oh yeah. Heradic rulers was like a big one. See, YCS Las Vegas, a first place deck. That card definitely saw plenty of play. I'll put that in B tier. Yeah, especially when you can get like big dragons out and just heavy storms the field, and you get that card back. I mean, yeah, I can see why people were able to use it to success. And keep in mind, if anyone's watching this as like a VOD, like video on demand, like after the stream, and there's something I'm like clearly missing, definitely let me know. If I'm missing anything like hyper specific or something that like actually was like more meta played or something or other. Dragon's Gunfire. We have a dragon, inflict 800 or destroy a monster with low defense. I don't think this card was played. I feel like with the dragon spells, I have to like look it up. Yeah, no, this card seems kind of bad. It's just like Thassaur is a really weak monster in which you don't really care, or it's an Okasi, and who cares about that? It's not inherently terrible. Same in Destruction. We have a dragon monster on the field, destroys a back card, inflict 500. This card, it's specific. It's like a crappy MST because it's not a quick play, and you need a dragon, but at least it deals burn damage and it destroys a back row card. So, like it's fine. It's baseline, whatever. I'll I'll at least look it up real quick just for my own curiosity. Uh, yeah, nothing really of note. Dragon's Rage. I believe this one does piercing for dragons. Yeah. I mean, it's another like it's fine, I guess. I mean, it's at least a continuous card, right? Like that's very nice. Good like passive effect. Even though piercing is just kind of fine. Let's see. If for anyone who doesn't know, I keep looking down because I have like my whole set right here, so I can like read the cards that I own. Burst Breath tributes a dragon, destroy all monsters with defense less than the attack. That seems really bad. You're losing a strong monster probably to get rid of defensive. I don't know. That might be F tier. Like this card is it's really asking for you to. It's asking a lot from you to play it. I think. Like you can potentially destroy a lot of monsters, sure, but you're still tributing like your big monster that can probably just deal with them anyway and remain on field, which gives you more pressure. It just feels bad, man. It feels more actively bad than it is. And that's a sign for an F tier card, I think. Like actively bad. Luster Dragon. Luster Dragon's kind of a weird one. I feel like for dragon monsters, like a one tribute dragon with 2400 attack, like is good. Like he feels like Opticlops to me, I think. Like Opticlops here, I would say, right? Where it's like it's not going to like redefine the meta by any means. It's kind of like it's an average card, I would say. Like it's not bad, it's not good. It's just kind of like Malcolm in the middle. See, this almost feels like a kind of set where I could see a tier between B and C, like a C plus tier. 100 less attack than Summon Skull, but Dragon has advantages. Yeah, like, this says introducing a ton of Dragon support, right? And if you're running a Dragon type deck, having a 1 tribute Dragon with that much attack, it's like, that's great to see. I love that. Hell yeah, let's go for it. Because, yeah, I mean, it crashes with Jinzo, right? Like, yeah, I know you got, like, Hades here, right? Or Hades still has, like, a little more attack. But, I mean, Hades is kind of also, like, a weird exception to the rule, with, like, the 2450. But if you're running dragons and you want to run, like, a strong beater, then, well, at least you got Emerald Dragon here. Because it's not like everyone's running Summon Skull, but it's also not like everyone's running Jinzo either. It depends on what they take for granted. But that's also why I've been saying that I think Luster Dragon is a very, like, middle of the road card. Like, he's baseline okay. Let's see. Serpentine Princess. So for Reptile, with 2k defense. If it's returned from the field to the hand, you can special summon a level 3 or lower monster from your deck. It doesn't seem that bad. I don't know when you would ever, like, really have that in use, but I'll put it in C tier next to, like, the other 2k defenders just because they're 2k defenders. You know, I feel like it would be amiss to just not throw them in with it. Doesn't have a inherently bad effect. It's really hard to pull off, but at least it can pull any level 3 or lower monster from your deck, right? It's not specified to water or reptile or, like, low attack. So that's kind of cool. Is it me or does LU have some of the most memorable Yugioh card art? I mean, that depends on, like, what you find memorable. I mean, I think there definitely has a lot of really cool art to it, for sure. Like, you look at this, a lot of these, like, upper B tier plus cards. I mean, a lot of times in, like, classic Yu-Gi-Oh, you see these cards, you have them more in your mind, more memorably, especially by 2003 when Yu-Gi-Oh was, like, potentially at its peak within 2003 by, like, the first World Championships and by, like, Yada format, which this set, even though that went to Piranha Guardian, this was, like, the set kind of kicked it off with, like, Garasu and the hand control stuff. Mostly the Dragons, Warriors, and Spirits. Well, yeah, that is 3/4 of the set. Aside from Fiends. I mean, yeah, the art's really cool. Like, classic art, you can't beat it. Can't beat that spooky Egyptian aesthetic. Let's see. Gradius option. Can only be a special summon. You have Gradius. And then it copies Gradius' attack and defense. But if Gradius is destroyed, then that's destroyed. So it's a double Gradius, but if you don't have it on the field, then it's 0/0, which is really bad. Regret not playing Opticlops more now. I mean, if you didn't have stuff from 2002, and you only started kind of later in the game, you might just have Harpy's brother, then, like, sure, it's good in that regard. Opticlops, another, like, it's a baseline solid card. If you're playing a mono Fiend deck, then it's a good attacker. I mean, there's nothing inherently wrong with it. I think that's kind of the thing with the C tier is, like, a kind of an interesting catch-all tier of, like, it's baseline or it's, like, very specific. Whereas B tier, like, yeah, whereas B tier is like, yeah, this is a good card. And A tier is like, this is a really good card. S tier is like, this has definitely proven to be good. See, Gradius option, I want to put him in D tier because I feel like you have to do a lot of setup just to make him worthwhile. Setting up Gradius and getting Gradius to be, like, boosted up, because Gradius defaultly has low attack. So unless you start equipping with a bunch of equip cards, Gradius option is just kind of slight protection, but you're still taking damage. Like I feel like Gradius should also have an effect where you don't take any damage, like battle damage involving the card. That would make it a little bit better. But as it is, yeah. Honestly, I kind of wish Gradius option was a spell card that created two tokens that copied the attack. I feel like if those designed like nowadays would have been something like that. So at least that would have been better. And I'm a big fan of the spaceship archetype, by the way. I know they don't play Gradius; it's more of like the Konami spaceships, but I really like the spaceship archetype myself. Let's see, Woodland Sprite. Send equip magic card. Monster, it's like 500 damage. That feels like that can lead to like an OTK, but I don't think it's of any actual use, right? No, no top decks. Space shit. No, the spaceship archetype. It's based off of it's a bunch of ships based off of like Konami games, like Gradius and like Archetype and stuff like that. So stuff like Victory Viper and Jade Knight and Lord British Space Fighter. Yeah, that's the card. Yeah, they're all under like a spaceship archetype. It's really cool. I'm like they're not called like spaceship. I think that's just like the name given, like the fan name given to them. Like you see them play in stuff like Edison format. Like there's a deck and even like stuff before that. Yeah, they're pretty cool. I'm a big fan of them just because they're a bit more of a hipstery option, I suppose. Would be just a random word I would throw out for it. Yeah. A lot of cards are based off Konami games. You know, Castlevania, Gradius are probably the two big ones. Like Gradius, you know, from Gradius. I mean, why not have cards relate to their own media? Makes sense to me. A Woodland Sprite, I'd put it in D. It feels like you're doing a lot to just inflict burn damage, but I could see a point in time where that someone can make this like into an FTK with some like loop thing, whether it's like defined Phoenix Order or something dumb like that, you know. I wish it was just a equip card though, or like a card equipped to it, because they could maybe do stuff with like blast with chain to like 1,000. But that it is what it is. Let's see, Feng Shang Mirror. Opponent's hand. This card's a spirit, so it's anti-spirit, but only takes care of one card. Though it does give you, it does let you look at their hand either way. It does kind of, it seems at least in terms of the meta, it would be like anti Yada Garasu, but I don't know. I feel like you're better playing around with other cards to deal with more of the issue. But hand knowledge is important, and especially if you're like used to dealing with spirit monsters, whether it's like Asa or Priest. But how often is that really gonna come up compared to running other cards? You know what I mean? Because this isn't like Mind Crush, right? It's not a quick play. It's not a trap card, so you can't activate during your opponent's turn. I'm just gonna. Mm, do you think Feng Sheng Mirror is a C or a D? Because it's nice how you can get information and it can take care of a spirit monster if you like attack into Sangan or Witch or something, and your opponent like brings out a spirit monster. It also feels like really hyper specific. D. Okay, I'll put it in D. It's a little too specific for like what you would actually want to have it used to it. Yeah, you only have 15 cards in the side. Especially like if you get this card in your hand and it's just is kind of dead for a while. They don't have a spirit monster. Or you can still activate it even if they don't have a spirit monster, but you're still going -1 just to get some hand information. And it's like, eh. Spring Rebirth, every time monster is returned to your hand, gain 500. That seems pretty bad. Like, that seems way worse than just, like, Solemn Wishes. I mean, I get like, it's for spirits. Yeah, it's like, it's way too specific. Like, even with spirits, like, yeah, you're gaining 500, but just, I don't know, just run Solemn Wishes. Then you don't have to, it doesn't matter if you have a monster or not. Like, it's just never able to find a use for that card. I mean, it's clearly meant for, like, it is 100% for spirits, right? Where they always return to your hand. But I say you're only summoning, like, they can't be special summons, so it's just once per turn. Unless your opponent activates a thing. But, like, they're going to return to your hand anyway, so. It doesn't really do anything, right? It feels too specific. Like, Solemn Judgment is, like, it's good because it's so generic. But Spring Rebirth, like, if you just don't summon a monster, they don't return to your hand, then it's dead. Like, the passive elements, it's kind of like, eh. A Heart of Clear Water. This card was used, wasn't it? Uh, it was used in like 2 decks in 2013. Primarily one at a regional in Zector. Someone was mentioning earlier. I don't know if that means it's any good though. Well, let's find out. Uh, the equip monster attack is 1300 or higher. The card's destroyed, so you have to equip it to a weak monster. In which that weak monster is not destroyed by battle or the effect of a card that targets it. Battle damage calculated normally. I mean, yeah, it's fine. I mean, equip it to a weak monster essentially protects it from everything. I mean, that seems like it seems a little specific. It doesn't necessarily do much, but like it doesn't seem bad though, by all intents and purposes. Let's see, Fusion Sword Murasame Blade. Only equipped to a warrior monster. Increase that by 800. This card cannot be destroyed by effects that destroy magic cards. Gearfried's personal sword. Is that Gearfried's sword? I've never noticed. Is there a card that lets you equip to any monster protects you from battle destruction? Um, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I get technically Moon Mirror Shield. Pull Fusion Sword and Dark Beginning too. Major staple of my child decks. Oh, Gearfried can't destroy it. Oh. Yep, and you also can't destroy it with like MST. Yeah, so 800 boost that like can't really be destroyed. It's like you can't heavy storm it, right? It's not destroyed by heavy storm. Well, that seems pretty solid. I mean, it's a little. It does have the downside of it, like Axe of Despair, Night We Stand stuff. Like it's nice for like Gearfried, but like we get Blast with Chain, and if you don't want to run Blast with Chain, Smoke Grenade is also just a better card. Like it's good though. It's it's good. You know, the fact that it can't be destroyed is kind of a plus, but right? Like it doesn't seem like it's a huge. It doesn't seem like it's a huge plus. So with release restraint wave, sure, I suppose. I just feel like the set just already has just like better cards that work with Gear Freed, and especially like last set with like the equip cards. Spiritual Energy Settle Machine has a long effect. I just remember it lets you keep spirit monsters on the field, which it does. You discard a card during your end phase to keep it active. If it's destroyed, then return all two monsters to the hands. Oh, that's oof. I mean, it's definitely useful in regards to like if you want spirit monsters on the field. Like that's like the big use. I think like discarding this card definitely sucks for it, but especially with like a lot of the fusion or like a lot of the spirit monsters, right? Like they get their effects on summon, and that's like the whole point, right? So like it's really mainly for Hinokagusuchi and Yamada Dragon or like Great Long, like things that you have to spend resources on per se. I mean, I guess Oster Priest would be like an exception too, but like it feels like it doesn't necessarily gel with like some of the cards. Way worse than Modern Spirit Support. I really like the Modern Spirit Support. I think there's like a lot of good stuff. I actually had a Spirit deck like oh good, I don't know, like 7 years ago. Like I was like working on that. That was some fun stuff. This card, yeah, it's a unique thing, right? Like it feels as much as it's for spirits, it feels like you'd be better not running it, right? So you can get like more effects off, but also I guess it depends on like what your whole game plan is. So I don't know where it's like D or C. Like with the tribute spirits though, it's like I don't know. I feel like the whole point of running them is just to kind of get their effects off and call it a day. Like again, like the only ones it seems to be would be of any use to that's not like the tribute ones is Oster Priest and Susa Soldier and a Naba White Rabbit. Like it, I could definitely see like the use of it, but part of it, but I think half of the spirit monsters don't want it. Even like the I don't know, like when Tsukiyomi comes out, like why would you want this with Tsukiyomi, like the best spirit monster? Like it's nice with Susa Soldier, but even by Dark Crisis, so like if that's your biggest issue is keeping them on the field, just run skill drain. I mean, I can't put an F tier because I feel like I it pissed me off a little bit, but I think like the use of it keeping them on field is nice enough. Second coin toss. Coin toss is kind of good. The coin toss has like the weird thing though, right? Where you can make an effective card requiring coin toss once per turn. Am I thinking of the right card? Am I thinking of the one where like you have to negate the effect to have like the coin to like use the coin toss and then use it again? Am I thinking of a different card? Oh, you know what? You know what? I think I know what I'm thinking of actually. I think I'm thinking of dice reroll, where I think you have to like activate like I'm confused. Like it's something with like you have to activate like beforehand or something like stupid. I think coin toss. I think for like coin toss decks, that the fact that you can like gives you just another option. Honestly, I think that's B tier. It's not like technically a great card, but like for what it is, it's good. Like for the very specific thing, like it is meant for, it is good. It's giving you like another chance to like pull off that thing. For strategy, it's already 50-50. Yeah, Time Wizard. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not keeping Duel Links in mind. That's a separate matter, but it makes you think, though. Secret of the Bandit. Combat activated during main 1. Select a monster on the field. Every time it inflicts battle damage, opponent must discard a random card during the turn it is activated. Oh, it's not an equip. It's just like a one-time use. It would have been. This card feels like it would have been much better as an equip, right? We could potentially like keep the monster on the field and like discard stuff. That would have been really cool, I think. But you're kind of putting your eggs in like one basket, at least in regards to this card, and being like, hey, this monster, it's not inherently bad. I would say C tier. Because, like, yeah, discarding a random card is kind of cool. Just for dealing battle damage. I mean, that seems fine, I think. All hand control, Rip Exodia players. Yeah, I mean, you can like use it with like use that in conjunction with Spear Dragon potentially, right? Like piercing and then rip a card. I mean, that's a combo right there you could use. This might be the longest stream yet. I don't know. I feel like last stream was long. This stream's still long too. I feel like they always like the first half of the stream. I'm like, oh god, this is gonna be over within like an hour, and then it just like I go like the opposite direction. After genocide, another. There's a lot of MP1 cards in this set. I noticed all monsters on both sides of the fields that have been involved during damage calculation are destroyed at the end of the damage step. So anything that attacked was like destroyed. That's kind of interesting. I wish this was a quick play. Like if you activate it during your opponent's MP1, that would have been really cool. Being like, all right, if you want to attack, everything that has attacked is going to get wiped out. Um, but the fact that you're doing it during your turn means that you're just playing yourself into a disadvantageous state, right? Because you have to be like I guess like the idea is to like crash something, right? Whether it's like a defender or like a big beat stick, and then just letting this destroy it. But at that point, just run Fissure or Raigeki or anything, any like monster destruction, and just keep your monster, right? Like this feels like a card that doesn't make much sense. Like, I definitely understand like what they're kind of going for. But the fact that you have to do it in your main phase one means you can't even like check the face down monsters. So if you like get rid of the monster, if you attack over like a faith, then like your monster's destroyed, and then your opponent gets a card. Ugh, this is an F tier. Throw that card away. Stinky Banthapoodoo after the struggle / after genocide is. Let's see, Magic Reflector. Select a magic card on your side of the field. Puts a counter on it. See, first counter card. If it's destroyed, remove the counter instead. That's pretty solid, I think. Protects a card, whether it's like an equip or continuous or field spell. It doesn't feel like it does like too terribly much. Yeah, like you can use it on like Toon World, or you can use it on you know a legendary ocean. You can use it on Acts of Despair. You can use it on any like Gravekeeper's Servant or something. Mystic Mine. Has this card like seen like you can't use it on Gravity Bind. You can use it on Level Limit though. Because it only affects targets a magic card. So magic Reflector. It was used in a none. See, the highest was in a regional in 2022 in Paleozoic Tearlaments, second place. And it was in the side deck. Yeah, I'll put it in C. I like the card, but yeah, it does kind of have the issue that it adds protection, but it kind of inherently also does nothing, right? As opposed to running like Solemn Judgment or Magic Jammer. Because at least with like Magic Jammer, you can like stop any spell card your opponent activates. This only like it protects a card, which is nice, but then it's also limiting like the functionality to that one specific card, which is kind of an issue. Really, you essentially, I mean, it's a -1. I mean, yeah, it can protect a card, but yeah, like if you activate like Giant Trunade, like it goes back. It feels like a card that it could potentially be B tier, but I don't think we've seen enough to justify it go to beyond C tier. So we just need one more like for 15 likes. I really hope we can hit 15 likes before the end of the stream. Let's see. Disappear. Banishes an opponent's opponent's card from their graveyard. Hey, 15 likes. Let's go. Hell yeah. Thank you whoever did that. Disappear is kind of neat, I guess. Like we got Soul Release, which is a lot better, but the fact that this is a trap is kind of cool, and it just banishes like whatever. I'm gonna put that in C. I feel like in theory you could do something where it's like your opponent, yeah, it's a slow DD Crow, Your opponent discards or does some sort of play to set up like a chaos thing, and you just like chain disappear, get rid of their light, and like you know get rid of it. It feels like a card that it feels like a card that gets better like a year later. So I don't think it's terrible. It's interesting, I suppose. Bubble Crash. When a player has 6 or more cards on the field and or in their hand, they must send their cards to the grave until the remaining amount on the field and their hand is 5. Is this card good? F tier? So like if your opponent has like 3 cards on field, 3 cards in hand, they essentially just have to discard 1 card. Or whatever, or they can send a card from the field. But if they have like 5 cards on field, 5 cards in hand, they have to send 5 cards. This it seems like a weird janky it reminds me of Heavy Slump, which ironic enough is another goblin card. No top decks with it. Anti Max C. It is very interesting. Like, yeah, it is like really specific, but pork bellies, yeah, you got it. Like, it's really specific, but also just like I don't know. I don't dislike it. It feels really interesting, so I'll put it in C tier because I really don't know what to make of it per se. Bad reaction to Samochi. As long as face on the field, the effects of increasing your opponent's life points are negated and changed to inflicting damage. That seems pretty good. Like imagine like using this against like Arome mages. I actually wonder if this has seen like top deck stuff at like some point in time. Uh, yeah, using a couple of regionals, all in nurse burn decks. Okay, okay. I'll Actman's favorite card. I'll put it in C tier. It's another like very specific card, but I could definitely see it like at some point in time it being like really good. Because I feel like this and like Woodland Sprite, I feel like has like really high potential, but we have really yet to see too terribly much from them. Which I don't know if that says something or what, but I mean, as soon as Arome mages become meta, like this card is gonna be like crazy. Which I don't know if that actually would be ever become a thing, but because yeah, the problem is like it really only affects life point gain, and how good is that? Historically, not really so much. Which I think is like the downside to it. Kind of exists as a card that's like it exists around a mechanic that doesn't usually aim towards like a game plan win. Do you want to be a really interesting archetype? I just got this idea in my head. An archetype that has a win condition that if your life points exceed like 20,000, you win the duel. How does that sound? That's not kind of fun, right? Like it's easy to get to like 10,000, but 20,000. Like I don't know if that would even be like the bar. It could be potentially be higher depending on like the deck, but that would be kind of a wild, right? Gain life points to win the duel. Soul release decks easily get to like 100,000 plus, so you lose the deck out. There's always a way to lose, and always a way to win, I suppose. It's the ominous fortune telling. During your standby, select a random card from your opponent's hand, call a type of card. If you call it right, inflict 700 of direct damage. Inflict once per turn. I think this is kind of like decent. Yeah, it can only be during like your standby phase, and it doesn't like get rid of the card or anything like that. But at the very least, it gives you some knowledge and some burn damage for like 700. And if that's the only card they hand and it's stuck with it, you can like keep burning them. Like 700 is pretty good. Like it feels like most burn cards typically do like 500 or something. So like the fact that it's just 700, even though it is a bit luck and random. I think that's C tier. I think like in a casual sense, it could be kind of like wild. Spear's Invitation. Each time a Spear monster returns to your hand, select a monster on your opponent's field, returns to their hand. For the 500 standby phase upkeep. It's kind of interesting. I kind of like it. Like it's a good card for like spirits theoretically. Yeah, low key, pretty good. I won't say it's great or anything like that, but the fact that it also bounces your opponent's card. And honestly, you can probably combo with like Spring of Rebirth here too. With that. Because with Spring of Rebirth, it's every time monster. So I think if you have Spring of Rebirth, you'll gain 5 or 1,000 life points. Although it just says monsters, not like a monster. So I don't know how that works. Well, I guess that would return to your hand. I don't know how like the actual text works. I don't know if Spring Rebirth would combo with that or just give you the flat. Because I don't know if it sends to your hand and then Spirit's Invitation and then that activates and you gain like 500 of like it's. I don't know exactly how it works, but it's an interesting question to be had, I suppose. I'm almost tempted to bump String Rebirth up to D. I don't know, potentially. See, Nutrient Z. If you take 2,000 more damage, increase life points by 4,000. So you might gain some life points from it. Might be better to just run like Waboku, though. D tier. Yeah, Joey used this card. Yeah, because like at least with like Enchanted Javelin, you just gain the life points. Because it feels like certain attacks like this wouldn't really gain you that much. And it's only 2,000 or more, so it's very specific. I think it's D tier. It feels like way too specific and also outclassed at the same time. Which is, a storm of like blah. Fiend Comedian, we got the OCG art here. Toss a coin. If you call it right, all your opponent's cards in the graveyard move from play. If you call it wrong, send equal number of cards to your opponent's graveyard from your deck to your graveyard. It's definitely this is a weird card because it's obviously it's like it's supposed to be like a kind of silly where You can potentially empty out your entire graveyard, which can actually be like really strong potentially. Speaking anyway, but it is also on the coin flip. There's definitely a lot of decks that like use this with like a jank kind of strategy. I don't think any top decks use this card, but it feels like a card people have fun trying. Yeah, second coin toss. It's great in Edison. Oh wow, no, actually a lot of decks have used it. The last one was a 2018 first place regional Lightsworn 60 card Lightsworn grass deck. But that was in the side deck. Let's see. There's a second place 60 card Paleozoic Frogs from a regionals in 2017. Also side deck. I guess against like a grass deck, it potentially just completely fucks their time. And this uses like a lot of top decks from like 2014 to 2017. Honestly, I think that's worth a B tier. Honestly, like, it has been used in a lot of and like these aren't. If it's just from like a whatever, I wouldn't really mind that much. But it seems to be like a lot of regionals and like fair amount of like top 8 cuts. So I think that counts more than like a lot of things. History of YGO1, real quick question. What do you think? Do you think Springer Rebirth is an F tier card or D tier? Because I feel like I might want to bump it up to D tier. I feel like that's the only card I've been like, I don't know. It feels really bad, but is it F tier bad? I don't know. I think generally though, like this might be like the first time though that we have a set where the C tier is like the prominent bulk of the set. Like, no, it's not that great, but is it like as offensively like horrendous as like the other cards? I guess is like my main thing. I don't think it is because yeah, it's like very specific with like bumping back monsters, but it's also just like a passive card, right? Like I don't think it actively like hurts the deck per se. Aside from like, yeah, it's a bad card, but like comparatively to like other cards, I'm gonna bump it up to D. That's like the only card I'm like, offensively horrendous. I mean, it feels weird just looking at like the F tier here too, because it's vanilla, 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 and then just 4 cards, right? 2 spells, a trap, and a monster. Like that's like it's got to be like really bad by contemporary standards. Plus, just cards that just kind of piss me off. That seems to be like my thing about it. It's like why? Why are you the way you are? Especially the more I think about it. I don't really get that with Springer Rebirth. I feel like the spiritual machine comes kind of close, but I also understand the idea of the card. And again, like some cards here, like could in 5-10 years could obviously like change depending on meta game and whatnot. Like I definitely like Reaction Samochi or like Woodland Sprite or like even like some other stuff have like potential, but we have to work with the tools and knowledge given. But it's definitely like an interesting thing to look at, though. Like, I mean, even if we did combine D and F tier cards together, it still would be less than C tier, which is kind of wild to think about. Because you beforehand, it was like all D tier cards. I think for every previous set before this. But I think that's kind of a good thing, though, right? I think that's kind of a good thing. Also, we've hit over 4 hours. Holy smokes! Thank you all for been joining around. But yeah, with like the C tier cards, like this C tier stuff is the kind of stuff you probably want to be aiming for with a core set, right? You don't have too many bad cards. You definitely have like a very specific amount of like top cards, and you have like some like solid good cards otherwise. But a good chunk of these C tier cards are cards that are like, like they're fine. Like if you pull them, it's like all right, they're okay, I suppose. Like they're not gonna be winning you the games like by themselves or anything, but they're better than pulling like these horrendous, these offensively horrendous cards. Put that on a T-shirt. Where's my offensively horrendous Janjo T? So I think that's an interesting like, especially how like this set really goes all in into like the specific themes more so than the other core sets have been. Which I think like the fact that it took me this long to like figure out this set, I think is also a good. It's either showing how the game is getting a little more complicated, but also just how more interesting the cards are in general too. Because this might be the first set where I haven't just gone like dump, 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 dump kind of thing, like I have with like the previous sets. I really had to take my time with this one a little bit more. But yeah, fun stuff. There are more effects of the monsters. Yeah, yeah. Like there's barely any vanillas, even the dumping happening early. Yeah, but even that was like mainly like, okay, what cards are banned? As opposed to like earlier where like I feel like other core sets, it was part of the dumping was also just like the trash cards. Vibes 2003 Yu-Gi-Oh were unmatched. Then the thought started. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But even still, like a lot of the cards, like I still had to think about. It wasn't like there's only a few I kind of knew were like really bad. But generally, like, even like the D tier ones, like I still had to kind of like look at the cards and be like, all right, why exactly is this bad on a more methodical scale? Like even like the good cards, like we saw. I mean, we were contemplating on the fusions being A or B, right? And even some of the C tier cards, like I was saying earlier, like it feels like some of like the C and B tier cards could also even be split into like another tier. But I'm not gonna go any more beyond than like adding an F tier. I don't think you need to dilute the rankings any more than it like is. But yeah, so if you all like this, by the way, definitely check my Patreon. But with that said, I'm going to be calling it a stream here. So thank you all for who have been joining around for these 4 hours. It's kind of crazy, but I enjoy doing them. So you'll have a wonderful rest of your night, and until I see y'all next time, have a wonderful day. Bang.